begin to chapter 7.
Good afternoon. City of Southport Board of Aldermen, May 14th, 2026. Meeting is now called to order. Thank you to all those in attendance, and to those watching remotely, we welcome you. It is a great evening in Southport. We are finally, once again, meeting in the shadow of the historic and iconic weather tower. Yeah. Returning to the Garrison lawn on Fort Johnston 2 days ago. Let us rejoice and keep this momentum of progress going forward. Our invocation this evening will be given by Mother Betty. She is the interim rector at St. Philip's Episcopal Church here in Southport. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Please pray with me. Most gracious God, source of all wisdom and justice, as we gather this evening, we pray to always be mindful of the responsibilities entrusted to us. Grant to our aldermen and all of our leaders clarity of mind, calmness of spirit, and a deep commitment to the common good. Where there is complexity, bring insight. Where there is disagreement, show respect. Where there is weariness, renew purpose. Guide us always in the ways of justice and peace, as we pray that the decisions made tonight and always may strengthen the bonds of community and reflect the dignity you have bestowed on every human being. And during this National Police Week, we seek to honor the men and women who serve in law enforcement in our own community and across the nation. We remember with gratitude those who have given their lives in the line of duty, and we ask protection and strength for all who continue to serve. All this we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mother Betty. Our next item, we are going to have our special recognition, our Law Enforcement Officers Month and Peace Officers Memorial Day Proclamation, as well as our Memorial Day Proclamation. We wanted to do this initially so our officers can get back to work and to honor them appropriately. So City of Southport National Police Week and National Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas Congress and the President of the United States has designated May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15 falls as National Police Week. Whereas National Peace Officers Memorial Day reminds us to honor and never forget those officers who gave their lives in the line of duty, and to recognize the profound sacrifice made by both the officers and the families they leave behind. And whereas the men and women of law enforcement serve our community not only as officers of the law, but as neighbors, mentors, and trusted guardians who are deeply committed to the safety and well-being of the citizens and visitors of the City of Southport. And whereas the officers of the Southport Police Department, along with peace officers serving communities across this nation, demonstrate courage, professionalism, integrity, and compassion each day, often working long hours and facing difficult situations so that our residents, businesses, and visitors may feel safe and secure. And whereas their service extends beyond emergency response as they build relationships within the community, support local events, assist citizens in times of need, and contribute to the strong sense of trust and connection that defines Southport. And whereas we also recognize the dedicated administrative and support staff of the Southport Police Department, whose behind the scenes work, professionalism, and commitment are essential to the effective operations of the department and the service it provides to our community. And whereas we acknowledge and thank the families of our officers whose continued support, sacrifice, patience, and understanding make this important service possible. And whereas National Police Week provides an opportunity to recognize the dedication of our local officers, to express gratitude for their service, and to honor those peace officers across this nation who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And whereas it is fitting that the citizens of Southport pause to remember and honor those fallen officers whose courage and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Mayor and Board of Aldermen of the City of Southport do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th through 16th, 2026 as National Police Week, and May 15th, 2026 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in the City of Southport. Be it further proclaimed that all residents are encouraged to take a moment to thank the officers who serve our community, recognize their dedication, service, and sacrifice, and join in honoring those who have given their lives in service to others. I'm going to give you this, and we'll come up with a picture.
Mr. Mayor, may I have your indulgence for just a moment? Mr. Mayor, may I have your indulgence for just a moment? I wasn't here at the last meeting, and prior to that, I was personally helped by Officer Kate Marshall when I was stuck in front of Walmart with an alligator underneath my car, and she came very quickly and removed the alligator in the pouring down rain, and I can't thank you enough to make sure not only I was able to go, but the alligator was taken care of in a humane way. So thank you very much for that.
Well, I just want to take time again to thank our citizens that are here, and of course, those online listening, our Board of Aldermen. We're always grateful for the support. I can't brag enough about the men and women. This is half of us. The other half are off right now, but I'm very proud of the police department, everything that we do for our citizens. I'm certainly ever thankful. Our darkest hour, last September, of course, we had our unfortunate mass shooter event here in Southport, and we were surrounded by love, and we're still getting calls and support across the country and certainly here in Southport. So we want to thank you, not just today and this week, but every week. We need your support and prayers across the country. It's getting more dangerous, and in the line that we work, there's not a lot of people signing up anymore and wanting to volunteer. We're not the ones that get the cool stuff. I love our fire department as well. I serve there, but we don't run and do wonderful things, put your house fire out and everybody's all wanting to hug you. We unfortunately stop you sometimes because you may be speeding or ran one of those stop signs. Alderman Spencer, I appreciate you. We grew up together, so we haven't got him, but I just say, I get calls again from, the mayor, city manager, different things. We try our best to enforce and do that, respectfully. And it's not always, black and white. We're truly spirits of the law and that kind of thing. So we appreciate you again. Thank you for recognizing us, and we appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And I can tell you from working in the ER, when you need a police officer quickly, our Southport police were quicker than any other unit, I'm sure, in any other city. They were right there for us. anytime we needed them. So I thank them for that as well. They do great work. Our second proclamation, City of Southport Memorial Day. Whereas Memorial Day is a time for the citizens of Southport and communities across the United States to honor and remember the brave men and women of the armed forces who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. Whereas these fallen heroes gave their lives and served lives in defense of the freedoms we enjoy, securing the liberties upon which our country was founded. And we also recognize and honor all those who have served in the United States military, whose courage, dedication, and willingness to defend our nation reflect the highest ideals of service and sacrifice. Whereas Memorial Day reminds us not only of those we have lost, but also of the cost of freedom and the enduring responsibility we share to uphold the values for which so many have served and sacrificed. And whereas the City of Southport encourages all citizens to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies, the display of the American flag, and moments of remembrance and reflection. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Mayor and the Board of Aldermen of the City of Southport do hereby proclaim Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday in May, as a day of remembrance and honor for those who have given their lives in military service to the United States of America. Be it therefore proclaimed that all residents are encouraged to pause at 3 p.m. for the National Moment of Remembrance and to participate in activities that honor the memory and sacrifice of our fallen members.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, John N. Smith Cemetery Restoration and Preservation Incorporated and the American Legion Bellamy Post 213 are hosting once again the Memorial Day Parade and Ceremony and a guided cemetery tour on Monday, May the 25th, which is, of course, Memorial Day. If you wish to be in the parade typically is golf carts, classic cars, please, bicyclists, walkers. The parade actually gets started at 10:30. Try to be at the ILA Hall, which is at 10th and Lord. Try to be there between 9:30 and 10 to get into the lineup. As soon as everybody gets to the cemetery, the large area in front, there'll be bleachers and chairs, and there will be an appropriate cemetery this year. The guest speaker is Colonel Hubert Shaw, Jr. After the ceremony, there will be guided tours of the cemetery if you wish. The cemetery has an outdoor museum, tabletop museum, which is particularly moving and informative. The theme is service across generations. And that's not all. There will be a raffle for a painting by our own local artist and gallery owner, Ricky Evans. And it is a painting of the iconic Southport Four Sisters trees in Franklin Square Park. Thank you. See you there.
Thank you, Alderman Davis. Next item, item D, is public comment. There will be a 3-minute time limit. Make sure that the microphone is on. State your name, your address, and topic. Madam Clerk.
Miss Shirley Sullivan.
Shirley Sullivan, 5002 Seward Court, Southport. Mayor Hayden, Aldermen. The mission statement for the City of Southport: to strive for excellence in our government, project a positive attitude, involve our community, and protect our citizens by ensuring a safe, secure, and tranquil quality of life with controlled and orderly growth. From the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan, the city strives for excellence in government, an engaged and connected community, and managed growth that contributes to a safe and tranquil quality of life. The handout I've given you is actually an overlay of the nuclear hazard zone and the flood map, because they are normally represented on different maps. This is the nuclear. There's a 10-mile radius around Duke Energy power plant and a 50-mile radius around that. The flood map shows the zones for those in like A, B, and C zone, or 1, 2, 3 zone, who's going to get flooded. So what I have done is done an overlay. This is not AI generated. It is river run generated. And it's important to know that we have many hazards in this area of many different types. And I spoke that at the last meeting. And everybody needs to be aware that Matsu is only 10 miles from here. We are at war. There is a nuclear plant here. Matsu is Sunny Point is one of the largest military munitions depots in the world. I would like to feel a little safer knowing that other people know that, but a lot of people don't even know it's there. I'm just trying to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Miss Rhonda Davis.
Here we go. Rhonda Davis, P.O. Box 10185, Southport, North Carolina, born and raised here. And I'd like to speak about Parks and Recs. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I asked the mayor when I came in, was the gag order up? Because I'm also affiliated with the Martin Luther King Celebration Committee, who was affiliated with the City of Southport, Southport Oak Island Fellowship, Southport Oak Island Interchurch Fellowship, and the NAACP. Our town has always been a friendly town, even during the times of transition when we were moving with the civil rights and all the other stuff. It's been peaceful and always considerate of other people. But with the Parks and Recs incident, the blatant disrespect of the children and parents in this community bothered me. So Noah will tell you that the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning, I was on his doorstep trying to get some answers. But at that time, there was a gag order. What I'm asking of you, Parks and Recs is an important part of this community. And many of you have children that's going through Parks and Recs. It may not be perfect. It may not be perfect, but it's what we have. Let's not destroy it. Let's build it up. Let's make it better. Let's reopen it. It's needed in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Madam Clerk.
Craig Etheridge. Paul Swenson.
Paul Swenson, 107 North Atlantic Avenue. Good evening. I'd like to address the noise ordinance. A few years ago, the board set the time for trash pickup and delivery at 6 a.m., which is basically a standard across the United States. Recently, this board changed delivery time to 7 a.m. Now, I believe I can speak for most of the businesses in Southport, especially the restaurants, and we would like to have the 7 a.m. delivery time reinstated at 6 a.m. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Swenson. I called multiple businesses and let them know that we certainly will. We'll look at that. Absolutely. Madam Clerk.
Miss Jenny, are you wanting to speak on the public hearing or you want regular public comment?
The one for
Perfect, okay. Miss Bonnie Bray? We'll wait on you, Miss Jenny.
Was in the original 2023 ordinance.
Yeah.
Hi, Bonnie Bray, 515 Quartermaster Drive, Southport. I'm here to speak about the future of the Parks and Rec programs. What are the Parks and Rec programs? They're the fishing tournament, crab derby, Captain Charlie's, basketball, spring and summer camps, before and after school care, 4th of July games, spook or treat, Santa's workshop, and supper with Santa's elves. Senior luncheons with food prepared by volunteers and decorated to celebrate various holidays, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. The list is long and reliable. Parks and Rec, to many of us, is the very essence of Southport. Who uses the programs? The entire constituency, everyone in Southport and everyone who visits Southport, for at least the majority of the people who visit Southport. Neighborhood children, both public school and homeschoolers, young families, teenagers, local seniors, the grandparents of visiting grandchildren, and tourists of all sizes. I am dismayed by the wholesale rending of the Parks and Rec programs and recent social media posts from current and former elected officials who suggest that our Parks and Rec department is expendable. Without so much as a nod to the generations of Southport residents and visitors who have benefited from the professional programs staffed and run by loyal and competent Parks and Rec employees are now sorely shortchanged by a lack of these services since the shutdown. I'll address this in more detail further on in my comments. How much does it cost to run the programs? Please see the chart I distributed to everyone labeled departmental net income and expenses. I gave everybody two charts, and these numbers will come from that first chart. The budget approved last June for the current year, which ends next month, is a total of $15,090,032. Not even a third of that, $4.9 million, comes from ad valorem property taxes. So it's not at all about the ad valorem tax rate. The rest of general revenue comes from dozens of sources, including the state of North Carolina for the city's share of various other taxes, permits, facility rentals, grants, and fees paid for services rendered, etc. Of the largest 6 departments, Parks and Rec activities contribute $54,000 to the total revenue over and above its share of the general revenue. Police contribute $80,000. This is the current year's budget, fiscal 26. Police contribute $80,000 to the total. Fire department contributes $2.2 million. Buildings and grounds, finance, and administration contribute nothing, but need a combined $3.3 million to operate. We tolerate these contribution disparities because we value the services provided far more than the dollars and cents it takes to execute them. And Parks and Rec has historically been the most efficient of all the 6 large departments. The fiscal 26 Parks and Rec budget costs 6.8% of the total city expenditures, and it does so with the third largest workforce, 14 employees, 6 full-time and 8 part-time. Okay, I didn't know what that sound was. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'll go ahead and put it in writing. Too bad I didn't get to the end. Thanks.
Lillian Williams?
Good evening. My name is Lillian Williams Dillahunt, and I live at 140 Stewart Avenue, Southport. And I think that Bonnie kind of summed it up as to my concerns with Park and Rec. I'm very, very concerned about it. I don't even understand why, if it is still in its investigation, why we haven't heard anything. We're waiting patiently. We love the program. Southport's Rec and Park and Rec is part of the heart of Southport. And we're very concerned about it. And we're waiting to find out exactly how and when and where. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Fred Fisk. Since it's Police Week, I think Chief Coring should have to read these public comments. Huh? Okay, I have a few letters I'm reading. This is from Zach, I'm gonna butcher this, Zukel. I truly believe the city aldermen made a very poor decision when they chose to make dedicated and successful volunteer citizens who serve on boards and committees go through an application and interview process when wanting to continue to serve. If they have performed poorly while serving the boards and communities, that they could have easily been asked for the resignation of their chair, or the chairperson could have relieved them of their duties. By requiring good standing members of boards and committees wanting to continue to serve by going through an application process by the aldermen have shown their disrespect and disregard for citizen volunteers who have done well to serve the city and have created an opportunity for aldermen to use the appointments for their own self-serving political interest, as I have seen when they decide not to appoint or try and create an issue when the recommended applicant, having gone through the process, is not reappointed, and others are nominated by the aldermen during their meetings. Frankly, this process put in place a few years ago does nothing for the morale of citizen volunteers, the health and growth of the city, and has disheartened me, and the way it has played out disgusts me. If the aldermen truly were interested in creating a system that allowed for new members to be on boards and committees, they could have instituted term limits for those serving. Since I have served for 2 terms, I am following my own recommendation. Sincerely, Zach. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Aldermen for the City of Southport, I forward my comments on the CMZ 2503 as follows. Due to the state of the infrastructure, I lied, this is public hearings. Hold that thought. Okay. Dear members of the Board of Aldermen, although I could not be with you in person today, I hope this letter sincerely conveys my thoughts and recommendations. As you prepare to review the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget, I respectfully ask that you give careful consideration to concerns that a number of fiscally responsible taxpayers have raised with members of this board. Based on publicly available financial data, city spending has increased substantially over the past decade, with most significant growth occurring in the last 5 years. That trend suggests spending levels that exceed the city's long-term capacity, outpace those of comparable municipalities, and risk placing additional burdens on taxpayers. It is especially important to examine staffing and personnel costs with care. Even after water and sewer services were transferred to the county, the city continued to increase its full-time headcount, and personnel expenditures continued to rise. At the time, personnel policies have not been updated since March 2019, which raises legitimate questions about whether current staffing practices are aligned with the city's present needs for fiscal realities. For that reason, we have urged the city manager, finance director, mayor, and board of aldermen to take practical steps that would strengthen the city's financial positions. These steps include grounding budget decisions in verifiable data, adopting a zero-based budget approach, and establishing clean productivity or cost reduction expectations for department heads so that every expenditure can be justified to the public. The concerns outlined above are not isolated. Similar views were expressed by many respondents in the budget survey issued by the city manager in March. The decision now before you is an opportunity to demonstrate prudent stewardship of public funds by curbing unnecessary operating growth, prioritizing essential infrastructure needs, and adopting a budget that reflects both fiscal discipline and the community's capacity to support it. I respectfully hope you will exercise the judgment, discipline, and fiduciary leadership necessary to adopt a budget that serves the city's real needs, protects taxpayers, and reflects the scale and priorities of a community of approximately 4,500 residents. Respectfully, Siegfried De Schmidt, 319 West Brunswick Street, Southport. Southport Board of Aldermen. It has come to my attention that the board has been notified of concerns with excessively loud noise coming from the new Cape Side Brewery. My house is located approximately 385 feet from the sound stage of that brewery. The amplified music is practically deafening outdoors at the distance, and in spite of my house having super insulated exterior walls, 6 inches thick, and high-quality Anderson windows, it penetrates into the house at a very disruptive level. When the weather is nice and my windows are open, it's nearly impossible to have a conversation on the telephone inside the house, not to mention the difficulty of listening to my own music or trying to watch and listen to video on TV or computer. Other residents in the neighborhood report similar audible disruptions. In the future, will it be impossible for me to enjoy my property in a state of peace and quiet anytime the band is playing? Will I be able to listen to the birds sing while working in my yard on weekdays or weekends and holidays as before? The owners of Cape Side are taking something precious from me. It's up to the city to protect my rights and those of my neighbors. The present noise ordinance is woefully inadequate. Please take action to alleviate this lack of consideration towards residents. Respectfully, Sandy Mitchell, 513 North Atlantic Avenue. Dear Mr. Saldo, regarding your response to assist in your search, please find attached my 2024 city limits map and my property tax bill showing the 0.31 Southport Municipal Tax Code. The city's recent paving on 104 Highland Park, built 2007, defiantly proves the road is built to city standards. There is no legal basis to classify 106, built 2007, and 108, built 2008, as orphan roads when they are part of the exact same 2007 development phase and pay the same taxes as 104. Furthermore, I wish to highlight the interconnected storm drainage system, the large underground culverts running beneath the driveways of 104, 106, 108, and 110. These culverts were installed in 2007 and are part of the city's infrastructure serving the Prices Creek Basin. Under North Carolina General Statute 160A-296, the city has a mandatory duty to call all public streets and drainage systems within its corporate limits in proper repair. The city's 2026-2027 capital projects specifically allocates $125,000 for necessary repairs to storm drainage. The city cannot maintain the infrastructure beneath the street while denying its statutory duty to pave the surface under North Carolina General Statute 160A-37, which requires substantially the same level of services for all residents in a taxed area. I request 106, 108, and 110 be added to the current paving schedule to resolve this disparity. If the city continues to collect municipal taxes while denying mandatory road repair, I will proceed with a formal tax abatement request through the Brunswick County Tax Office. Sincerely, Barbara Callan. And I think my other ones are for public comment, for public hearings.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Item E is our ethics statement. If any members know of any conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest concerning matters on the agenda, please so state at this time. Board, anyone with,
Mr. Mayor, I have two potential conflicts. I'm an owner of property in the business district as we look at swimming pools in the business district, as well as the noise ordinance. As we talk through that, I have a commercial property in the business district.
by owning a property, would that preclude her from?
What's your conflict under the
Yes.
statute? These are just ordinances that may apply to commercial districts or commercial properties.
I just
don't-
wanted to bring up the appearance of a conflict.
Got it.
Anyone else own any business property? Have a conflict? Okay. On the closed session, there will be an issue on there, the alley, and I will not be taking part in that discussion, but otherwise, I'll be taking part in the closed session. That's the only appearance of a conflict that I have. All right.
I'll just put on the record that the last time alleys were discussed, or this alley in particular, Mr. Gross did admit that he also had the appearance of a conflict.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman. All right. So next item is approval of the agenda. And I know that
Mr. Mayor, if I
we
may,
need to make a change there. So go ahead, Alderman Carroll.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda, moving items I-7 to I-1, I-4 to I-4 to I-2, with all other items on the agenda subsequent to those. I was. I'm sorry, Alderman Davis.
Number 1 is gonna be
7.
7.
Number 2 is going to be 4. And just for the community's input or knowledge, number 7 is a date for the HPC. So scheduling a date for that, that should be a fairly simple thing. And I think a few of y'all are here for that. And number 4, which is going to become number 2, is the noise ordinance. And I think a few of you are here for that.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second for moving item 7 to our first item, which will be setting a date for a special meeting. And then item 4 will be actually the second item, and that will be the noise ordinance. And then we'll go down the line after that. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Item G is the approval of the consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, you will see, board and citizens, there's a contract for accounting services, and that's with RH CPAs out of Greensboro. And they will help us with that if you approve the contract. And then the second is a budget amendment, and that is for the balance for radios, a cost of $81,000. These for the radio upgrades. The third item on there is the Board of Aldermen meeting minutes, and as you'll see that they're from April of 2026, March of 2026, and then we have July and August of 2025. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? A motion by Alderman Carroll. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Davis. Any discussion?
I just want to talk about the radios real quick. They were basically, it is a nationwide upgrade that has to happen. This was not something that we are choosing to do internally. It is something changing, and if you guys want to correct me if I'm wrong here, there's something changing with how radios work for law enforcement and also fire, both. And it's a nationwide thing that we're dealing with. So it's not just, we want new radios.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, great. Motion carried. Thank you. Item I, excuse me, and we will go to the seventh item there, which will be number 1. And I would like to, that is to set a date for a special Alderman meeting for a public hearing in consideration of the Historic Preservation District and standards. Before I call on City Manager, I would like to read a statement. And this is from my website, so I'm just reading it from there, and you may not have seen it. My vision is straightforward but profound: to restore civility to our civic life, to preside over meetings that are orderly, respectful, and informative, and to ensure that every citizen feels heard. When difficult or controversial issues arise, and they will, I will not stifle debate or push decisions behind closed doors. Instead, I will call for dedicated town hall meetings where the collective voice of the people can rise in a chorus of democracy, treated always with dignity and respect. True leadership does not fear discussion, it embraces it, because truth and wisdom emerge most clearly when neighbors deliberate together. So we will be holding a town hall, Mayor's Town Hall, on Wednesday, May 27th, 6 p.m. here in the community building. I'll be here. City manager will be here. We'll also have planning services director Maureen Meehan, and also our city clerk will be here. Citizens will be at 6 o'clock, just like at any other meeting. And citizens can come and we'll discuss the Historic Preservation Commission standards. And this gives you one more opportunity. Of course, we'll still hold the public hearing, but it gives everyone an opportunity to speak. There'll be back and forth questions, answers, that type thing. And so I'm looking forward to the dialogue with our citizens. So again, that'll be May 27th. And now I'll call on the manager for the date for our public hearing and meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I sent out several available dates for the official public hearing. A date that we've kind of rallied around is Tuesday, June 2nd at 6 p.m. here in the community building. That would be the Tuesday before our regular meeting. So Tuesday, June 2nd would be a recommendation for the public hearing. The following week, the June 11th regular meeting would then be the final vote on HPC. So several other available dates, but June 2nd is a reasonable date to have the official public hearing.
Do you have a motion?
Specifically that we have the public hearing on Historic Preservation District and standards at 6 o'clock, Tuesday, June the 2nd, here in the community building.
Second.
Okay, second by Alderman Carroll. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saldo. Okay, next, item 2, which will be item 4, and that is the noise ordinance. And as I said previously, I have I looked at it and I've talked to a number of the businesses, and they need delivery as well as garbage pickup beginning at 6. And so it says in the ordinance at 7. So I think that's something that we need to look at. Of course, we heard the letter about the music. So Mr. Saldo, I think we need to look at this closely and see what we can do.
Yes, sir. So we've heard several comments from the community about different noise ordinance complaints. Alderman Davis also brought this forward, particular to music in commercial zoned areas abutting residential areas. So looking for the board's direction on the path forward with possible updates to the noise ordinance. Planning Services Director Meehan has pulled together several noise ordinances from other municipalities and counties about how they handle things. as well as Chief Coring has looked to other police departments on how they handle things such as sound level meters, decibel readers that we might want to look to implement. So kind of looking for the board's direction on kind of what you want to do going forward with possible updates to the noise ordinance, such as moving the 7 o'clock time down to 6 that we heard tonight, and then any direction around music near residential areas. So happy to have any questions or discussion around that. Director Meehan and Chief Coring can also answer any questions you might have.
I'd like to suggest that we set a date for a workshop on this. I think that the noise for garbage collection and things like that, that's different from the noise from amplified music. I think that we could deal tonight with the request to have garbage pickup at 6 o'clock instead of at 7, and deliveries and so forth. But I do think that the larger noise ordinance, particularly involving loud music, we heard from Mr. Mitchell tonight about how difficult it is to even hear himself think in his house, and his house is a good distance away from the source of the music. There's a lot to take in here. There's a lot to consider. We've talked about this often over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and we've talked about noise decimal meters, I guess that's a term, and the pros and cons of those. We've talked about the hours for music. We talked about distance from the source of the music. I think this is a larger discussion than we are prepared to do tonight, and especially it's one that people need a chance to come and talk to us about. I'd like to hear more people's experiences with this. I mean, we certainly heard from Mr. Swenson and his concerns as a restaurant owner, and I imagine quite a few concerns from other commercial business owners. That's not a motion. I want to know what everybody else thinks on this.
Can I?
Yeah.
Alderman Davis, I would recommend, so 2 things. I did not know that, I don't think we made any actual update as far as deliveries are concerned. So we have not changed that since the time we changed it 3 years ago, correct? So, and so I do not have a problem moving that to 6 o'clock, because I don't see deliveries being any louder than dumpsters, right? Dumpsters dumping. And so I would certainly think that we could make that motion tonight and move forward with that, so that that conversation stops. As far as any other conversation about the noise ordinance, I would recommend it to the planning board and have them do the work and come back to us with a recommendation, if any.
I believe that we did send that to the planning board a while back, and I don't know where it went. But we have messed around with this for years, and we've not come to a clear conclusion. We did, at least 3 years ago, vote to move all of the noise making, landscaping, anything that made noise by outdoor activities, outdoor workers, to 6 o'clock, because you remember 2 years, 3 years ago, the temperatures were getting close to 100 degrees or over, and then the humidity by 7 o'clock, it was just punishingly hot to work outside. We voted to do that during the hot weather months, which may be why we're thinking that we already did that, but we didn't. I mean, after the hot weather, it went back to 7 o'clock. So before us tonight, I think we've got to have a motion and make a decision on, are we going to make the 6 o'clock permanent? I think we should. I'm willing to make that as a motion. What would be the ideal language, Noah?
So currently in the noise ordinance, section 9-93B, it has listed the times during certain days of the week, 7 to a.m. to 9 p.m., 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then it goes down into section 9 to talk about refuse collection. So I think the correct motion would be to in section 9.9-93 to strike loading and unloading commercial vehicles in section B and send it down in the section that number 9 refuse collection is and reorganize the same. So it would just essentially be striking loading and unloading commercial vehicles from section B of 9-93 and reincorporating it into the refuge pickup section, which would then be 9. That would incorporate it at 6 a.m.
Everybody's following that. I would say, I would make a motion that we adopt that language.
Yeah, essentially just saying move refuge collection from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. and then we'll reorganize the actual language of the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, it's basically just trying to allow deliveries at 6 a.m. as well as refuse collection at 6 a.m. And I think this would be a benefit to the business owners. And I don't think
And
it'd
for
be
the
an undue burden.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, refuse has, for at least the last 3 years, always been 6 a.m.
That's true. It has been, yes. But we thought delivery was at 6 a.m. also, and it says 7 a.m.
Mm-mm. Well, I didn't think that. I was on, I guess I have some questions, and one would be for the chief of police to understand, have we been enforcing 7 a.m. for deliveries? One, and because it's been like this for 3 years, this was not just done. The change we made in the last month or month before had to do with heavy equipment over 6,000 pounds. I mean, it was a totally unrelated thing. So I think I want to understand, we're reaching in and we really haven't researched or had the conversation. To me, I'm a little bit. I understand that. I mean, we've got different sources and types of noises that we want to perhaps have different timeframes for.
Well, I talked with 3 business owners in the last 24 hours, and they were all concerned that they wanted to be able to obtain deliveries at 6 a.m., starting at 6 a.m.
Have we had issues?
So we've got complaints recently about both trash delivery and regular deliveries to businesses. So police has been enforcing the 7 and 6 as it currently is. So if people are delivering or picking up trash before 7 and 6, we've been enforcing that and getting those complaints. So that's been the current enforcement posture as we get complaints to then address them at that time as they come up.
I would just say if we don't move the deliveries back to 6 a.m., we're looking at potential traffic issues as the 18-wheelers are parked in the center of House Street and Moore Street as they're trying to make those deliveries. And certainly with the dumpsters that need to be taken out, there are dumpsters all over town that once foot traffic starts, well, I understand, but it was another concern that was brought up that people are saying that, oh, perhaps that's too early. I'm just sharing why I disagree with that being too early, because it becomes a safety issue once people start walking around too much. Because even if you look at dumpsters that are visible when you walk around town, you have to think that these big trucks have to be able to get in there to be able to get to those without too many people walking right by that. But the deliveries, certainly, the people who are making the deliveries are in and out pretty quickly. I think the loudest part of that might be when they are getting the sort of elevation stuff on the back of the truck out, so that way they can roll on and off the ramps there. But I think that's that they've got it kind of down to a science.
Yeah.
Can we pass it to, well, can we vote on it today and then perhaps also send it back to the planning board for their input?
I'd like to have a workshop first so we can hear from the public about what their thoughts on this are.
Who made the motion?
The motion,
will make the motion.
this was really a pretty simple thing. We didn't need to talk about garbage or anything like that. It was to have deliveries at 6 a.m. There was a motion to move it from 7 to 6. It was 7 a.m. in the ordinance. And so if the motion is to move it, have deliveries to be allowed at 6 a.m.
Let's call the vote.
And then we can, vote on that. And then we can further, we have other things to do with the noise ordinance that needs to be dealt with, and we can send it to whoever, planning board or whatever in that regard.
Did we make a motion?
Yes, we have a motion and a second. Yes. But now it's time to vote now. It'd be for deliveries to be at 6 a.m. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, 5-1. Okay, motion carried. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we ask the city manager to find some suitable dates to have a Alderman workshop at which we not only would discuss but take public comment about loud music and other sources of loud noises and how the public feels about that and what public would like to have done about it. So my motion is to instruct the city manager to find dates.
Okay, we have a motion for dates for a workshop. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Gross. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, 4-2. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. You can talk to him later after the meeting. You can scold him later. Thank you, board. The next item would be public hearing, zoning text amendment concerning swimming pools in the business district. And this is a public hearing, so I'll declare the public hearing open, and I will call on our planning service director, Maureen Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the Board of Aldermen. This evening, we are going to have a public hearing, and prior to any text or map amendment, we must hold a duly advertised public hearing. So this public hearing is for a text amendment that was initiated by property owners Glenn and Amy Patterson to allow swimming pools as an accessory use in the business district zoning district. The current regulations allow swimming pools in residential, multifamily, office and institutional, and central business district zoning districts for accessory uses. The applicant justifies this request saying that the swimming pool is an appropriate accessory structure or use rather and feature provided that it meets all of the UDO standards and safety requirements of the standards. As you know, accessory uses are incidental to the primary use of the property and not part of the property itself. During the discussion of this item at the planning board, they recommended the addition of allowing pools as an accessory use in highway commercial zoning district so that land uses that commonly include pools like a hotel or motel would be able to have a pool in a highway commercial district as well. So after their review, the planning board has recommended approval of this text amendment and finds that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the UDO. And if I will have any questions, please let me know. That is my review.
Any questions to the board? It's in public hearing now, and we'll let if the board has no questions. No, I can declare it open.
I have some
Okay,
questions.
sure, please go ahead.
Maureen, what are the current setbacks in the business district?
0 front side setbacks and then a 10-foot setback for business district.
So in theory, someone could have a pool right up against the neighbor's building.
Correct. Well, right now it says that a pool must be 5 feet from the apron must be 5 feet from the pool itself must be set back 5 feet from this property line.
So, but the apron could be up to the
It
property
could
line.
be, and it can be now in any of the residential or any of the other zones that it is allowed.
Okay, and then I know that we were talking about a percentage of permeable surface on a lot. So if we're talking about lot line to lot line in business district right now, and there's no regulation about the permeable surface that can be on there, in theory, in business district, if we do this with a 0 lot line setback, where would the water go?
Well, I think this is two separate issues that we've got, because right now a pool is not considered impervious surface. It's pervious surface. So it's not included in the calculation
Ooh,
for
fix that.
impervious surface. That's the state, it's a state standard for that.
Okay.
So that would not come into play for that type. Now, any of the concrete that would go around the pool then would be calculated, but the pool itself would not be.
Even if the pool has concrete underneath it?
Correct.
I have seen pools overflow more than once. Okay, thank you for that. And then, yes, it is outside of that, but are we going to see the permeable surface stuff back at some point?
Yes, we are actively working on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we have the public?
I do. To avoid unwanted and unforeseen circumstances, can you give us some examples of where these pools would be going?
These pools would be appropriate for mixed-use properties that have a residence over a commercial property. If there are non-conforming homes uses that are residential uses within the business district, they could have a pool. Like I said, a hotel or motel would be appropriate. If you add it to a true commercial use, and it was bringing people in to use the pool as part of the commercial use, that makes it a commercial use and no longer an accessory use. So that would not be allowed.
Anyone that would like to speak in the public hearing? Any of our citizens? Anyone? Okay. All right. I declare the public hearing closed. And the board has the option to, you have the option to either approve or deny the text amendment, and to, if you approve it, then to adopt the consistency statement that is consistent with the Campbell Land Use Plan. So I'll entertain a motion.
We typically do. Typically, we don't vote on the night at the same time that we have the public hearing, so that we could take into consideration things that we heard from the public. Public hasn't said anything. So
We have the option though
Yeah,
to,
so now-
okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
There's also the concern of swimming pool safety and the fencing around those swimming pools and all this other stuff that comes into play. That's the part of it I would like to hear more about, the liability of it. And again, you did answer, this was not a commercial endeavor. This is a private entity using a swimming pool, an a bed and breakfast maybe. Okay.
And the building code requires fencing for pools with very strict requirements for that fencing. So they would have to follow those same standards.
Well, hotels are allowed a pool anyway, am I correct?
It's kind of vague because it is an accessory use to the hotel. We do not have any hotels in the city limits that have a pool. So right now, there is none. There are none.
Would you repeat that? Did you say that we don't have any hotels?
Take that back. There is the one over,
Wingate.
yes, the Wingate. Yes, I apologize.
The River Hotel has a pool as well. And
That is a hotel, but it's more of a condo association type of use.
Isn't the one that's under construction near the entrance to River Mist? Does that one have a pool too?
That one does not have a pool. They would like a pool. That, yes.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to approve the major modification. No, wait, I'm in the wrong thing. Hold on, sorry.
You're a little ahead there.
Yeah, I jumped ahead. Sorry, y'all. A motion to approve the zoning text amendment to section 3.5, table 3.1, table of uses of the UDO, and adopt the attached consistency statement.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the zoning text amendment. Any further discussion concerning swimming pools? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
4-2, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meehan, and we will, you're up next as well. So our next item is the public hearing concerning the zoning map amendment, the HUD modification, and this is to go from, I believe, a 60 unit to 130 unit HUD. So I declare the public hearing open and call on Planning Services Director Maureen Meehan.
Thank you, sir. This is the request for an applicant for the owner to do an amendment to the existing Southport Crossing Plan Unit Development Major Development Plan. As it was mentioned, the modification changes the number of dwelling units and their type of dwelling units that would be approved, amending the amount of open space and adding a community center that includes a clubhouse and a swimming pool. I would be providing just an outline of the project itself, and the applicant has a presentation as well that they will be bringing forward. So this slide just shows the property that we are speaking of, the subject property. As you're aware, it's about a 48-acre parcel that is connected to the existing Southport Crossings non-residential commercial development where we have the Lowe's Foods and some other out parcels there with the CVS and First Med and Starbucks. So that's just a vicinity. I wanted to quickly go through the timeline of this plan unit development. This was first initiated in 2008 with a preliminary master development plan and their original traffic impact analysis. The original project itself included 300,000 square feet of commercial square footage, as well as 324 multifamily dwelling units. Moving forward, there was some changes. 2014 through 2016, the site was annexed in, but there was a change to the site itself. So 2 large parcels that were on the east side of 133 were removed from the property itself. So that then there was a new traffic generation report in 2015. The square footage of commercial was reduced to 265,000 square feet, and then 46 dwelling units. In 2017, the property owners came in for their preliminary plat, and they were able to start construction of the commercial portion of the project. In 2019, there was the requirement, and it was necessitated by a redistribution of some property lines for the commercial portion of the project. So they came in again for a major modification of the planned unit development PUD, and at that time they also changed the dwelling units from the 46 total dwelling units to 32 multifamily and 28 single family for a total of 60 units. Now we are here at 2026. And we have a proposal for the increase to 130 multifamily with the community amenities. There's no change in the commercial portion of this project. And I wanted to also kind of give an understanding of a plan unit development. This is a zoning district, and it is approved with a master development plan. And this master development plan outlines the density, the dimensional standards, the street layouts, and the environmental features. So this is kind of the big picture of what is allowed in the development itself. And it's for areas and instances where conventional zoning is not flexible enough for these large projects where they want to do mixed uses, and they allow flexibility with the dimensional standards. So wanted to go over that with you. Excuse me. So again, this is the subject property is west of Highway 133 and adjacent to the existing Southport Crossings development. And there's access from Highway 133 and North Carolina 211. The property, again, is approximately 48 acres. It is zoned plan unit development, which allows 6 dwelling units per acre. And the future land use designation in the comprehensive plan is medium density. This future land use designation allows a 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre and allows multifamily and planned unit developments. In fall of 2025, there was a jurisdictional determination by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that removed portions of the site from the waters of the United States or the 404 wetlands. And this matters because now it has opened up acreage that can be now developed that was previously protected and not to be able to be developed. So if you see on this map here, the red portions are those that have been reclassified to be non-jurisdictional wetlands. And I did consult with the Division of Water Resources, and there are no state permits or buffers required for any development in this reclassified wetland area. So a comparison of the existing and the proposed master development plans. The existing, again, is 32 multifamily and 28 single families for a total 60 total units, which is a 1.13 dwelling unit per acre. It has approximately 40 acres of open space, and there are no proposed community amenities. The proposal that is brought forward to you tonight is 130 multifamily units, and that's their total units now. That's an addition of 70 units, and this increases it from 1.3 to 2.7 dwelling units per acre. There's about approximately 31 acres of open space, and they are now proposing a clubhouse and swimming pool. So again, the master development plan is just a detailed overview of the project and doesn't include the level of detail required for a subdivision preliminary plat. So once this master development plan has been approved or amended, then the project will have to come back through for a major subdivision preliminary plat, where a lot of more of the details will be considered and brought forward for those considerations. Also, to go over some of the site plan or the major development plans, the property is providing 50-foot private right-of-way, so all the roads will be private in this area, and the roadways themselves, which would be 26 feet wide. Speaking with the the fire chief, they said that that road is fine, that with that width, and working with the fire marshal, there's a secondary fire access that's required for any development with over 100 units. So we are working with the applicant, and that there are 2 that have been proposed, and at the time of preliminary plat, then they would be looking at which one would be best for the ingress and egress for the emergency vehicles there. A state stormwater permit will be required and be reviewed by the city engineer. And then tree removal, parking lot landscaping, any other landscaping or buffers will then be assessed at the preliminary plat. With that, that's the basics of the project itself. The planning board has recommended approval of the project as it is proposed, or the amendment to the modification of the plan, and it is consistent with the 2050 comprehensive plan and the UDO. And I would like to say the applicant is here, and they're going to be doing a short presentation as well. They've got their planners, the civil engineers here, a traffic engineer, and landscape architect, as well as the developers themselves. So I will pass that over to the applicant at this time.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Brad Schuler. I'm a land planner with Paramount Engineering. Also joining me from Paramount is Allison Ingebretson, who's a land planner and landscape architect, and Dan Fisk, who's a professional engineer. We are assisting the applicant, Edge Hill, who is seeking to modify the residential portion of the Southport Crossing development. So shown here is the subject site. Again, it's part of the overall Southport Crossing development, which includes the Lowe's Foods Shopping Center, the Tractor Supply, and several out parcels, which are adjacent the intersection of 211 and 133. The rear portion of this development has been planned for residential housing. And at one time, it was actually planned for 324 apartments. Shown here are the existing conditions of the site. So please note this map is rotated, so NC 133 is to the bottom of the slide, and the commercial component is to the left. The most recent jurisdictional determination, as stated, issued by the Army Corps of Engineers, determined that the wetland pocket just above Tractor Supply is not jurisdictional, thereby allowing this area to be developed with some additional housing. And this is what we are proposing. So shown here is the master development plan that would be tied to the zoning district. So as you can see, most of the townhomes are clustered in that area there. The plan still preserves the jurisdictional wetlands on the site and provides for open space in excess of what is required in the code. In total, about 64% of the site will be in open space, and this does not include the stormwater facilities or the clubhouse and amenity area. The plan was reviewed by the technical review committee and overall complies with the applicable standards at this time. And we understand that if this modification is approved, that we would have to come back with fully engineered plans during the preliminary plat process. Here are some photos of the site. As you can see, the area in which the majority of the townhomes are going, it's mostly underbrush vegetation and some younger pine trees. And there's no large live oak trees or specimen trees on the site. These are just some examples of the product type and architectural style of the townhomes. This is a possible one-story unit here consisting of 2 bedrooms. And then this is a 2-story building type with 3 bedrooms. All of the units will include either a 1 or 2 car garage. And this is an example of what the amenity with the clubhouse and swimming pool. It also will include a fitness center, leasing office, and mail facility. As for the traffic impact, the use will generate less than 100 trips in the peak hours, with about 60 to 70 trips in the AM and PM peaks. There is an approved traffic impact analysis that was completed for the Southport Crossing development. That being said, we did engage in a traffic engineer, and we met with NCDOT to determine if any additional traffic studies would be necessary for this proposal. It was determined that a new traffic impact assessment be prepared to compare the existing development within Southport Crossing to what was previously studied and approved by NCDOT. And overall, that assessment found that the proposed townhomes would generate about 60% less trips than the 324 apartments that were previously planned for the site. And in addition, the overall Southport Crossing development is currently generating about 20% less trips than what was studied in 2015. All of the required roadway improvements have been installed for this development at this time. In addition, the Southport Crossing development entered into an agreement with NCDOT to contribute financially to the 211 widening project in lieu of making certain improvements at the intersection of 211 and 133, since that intersection was already going to be significantly improved with that project. As we know, that the 211 widening project is currently under construction, but shown here is an aerial photography from April of 2023. So as you can see, 133 and 211, that intersection was at a typical at-grade signalized intersection. And now this is photography in 2025, so you can see the progress of the DOT project. And so 133 has been improved to a flyover going over 211, which has removed the signal at that intersection, with allowing for better vehicular movement. Also, Old Long Beach Road was improved and extended to 133 at one of the entrances to the Southport Crossing development. We did reach out to NCDOT, and they confirmed that the 211 widening project is currently expected to be completed next summer. And as for this project, we anticipate at earliest COs would start being issued sometime in 2028. So by that time, we do expect the 211 project to be fully completed. As discussed, the site is classified as the low to medium density classification in the comp plan, which recommends 3 to 4 units per acre. In addition, this classification states the attached housing may be included within planned developments. So overall, we believe this is an appropriate area for down homes due to the site's location next to a commercial shopping center. These folks that live in these homes will obviously be allowed to access those services without having to get onto 211 or 133. With that, that concludes our presentation. Again, we have several members of our team here, including Ryan Stevenson, our traffic engineer, and the representatives from Edgehill as well. But happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions, board?
Yeah. You were referring to a 2015 traffic impact study, and then you said that you were going to need another one. Am I correct on that?
We met with NCDOT to determine if an additional study was needed, and they advised that we do a traffic impact assessment, which would compare what was studied in 2015 to what we're proposing today. Ronald Stevens looking at me. I'm gonna let the expert answer that question.
Well, I mean, I'm looking just for this answer right now. When are we going to see that?
The assessment's included in the packet. We've already.
The latest assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's in our packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, I didn't see that. Did you? Okay. The other thing I'd like to ask about is you seem to be comparing apples and oranges. You're talking about the 300 and something housing units, I guess, originally planned, but what you have is an approval, a PUD approval for 60. So it makes no sense to compare to the 300 and something, which don't exist. I mean, they're just off the table. So how many, what is the current, most recent 2026 traffic impact study saying about how many trips a day for 130 units?
Well, have Reynolds answer that.
Alderman Davis, that is in our packet. It says 852. My question, and I will piggyback off of yours, is they keep mentioning the 300 and some units for the original traffic study. What is the difference between 60 units and 130 units is what I would like to know, not the 300 and some units and the 130 units.
Well, let me, again, Ronald Stevenson with DRMP. The reason we keep bringing up the 324 units is that and I will get to the answer to that in a minute, but the original traffic study that was done and planned for this overall development had 324 apartments in it. Okay. So when that original study was done in 2008, it was planned for, the traffic impacts were identified for the commercial development that we see today, actually more than that, but the commercial development we see today plus 324 apartments. That was what was planned for. So when that traffic study was reviewed and approved by NCDOT, there were a number of road improvements associated with that. So those road improvements have been built and or contributions made to NCDOT for 211 and 133, since it's going to be an overpass. But all the improvements, and the reason I point that out, the improvements that were identified were for a higher traffic scenario. So 324 apartments will generate more traffic than the 130 townhomes that we're looking at tonight. And so that's why we keep saying that. So the traffic study, so anything relative to the traffic study that was done, the improvements that were identified, the traffic impacts that were identified were based on the 324 apartments for this site and not the 133 townhomes. So, but to answer your question about how many would 60, the rough math would be about half of what we have in the table, about half. But as I said, all the turn lanes, the table that Mr. Schuler had put up, and I think it's in the packet, is
It's on page 229 in our
okay,
packet.
yeah, 229. Oh, sorry, thanks, bud. Yeah. So
I'm sorry, I'm just not following the logic of talking about something from 2008. 2008 Southport and 2026 Southport, it's like different planets. I mean,
yeah, let me say this. In 2008 and then subsequently, there were traffic studies done, as you mentioned, in 2015, to look at the same thing. What are the trip impacts of the development as it continued to occur? And as you saw in every subsequent modification that came back, the traffic and the development intensity decreased. So the trips and the traffic impacts from this particular development have decreased with every subsequent time we've looked at it. And so that's
talking about increase and decrease. I'd like to hear some solid numbers.
and which numbers? The comparison of what it was?
No,
what
not
we've
comparisons. I mean, we're not dealing with a comparison. You're not asking us to approve or deny a comparison. You're asking us to approve 130 units. How many trips per day does the DOT estimate that would be?
852
Good Lord.
per day. As I said, it was planned for over 2,000 trips a day from the same property.
That is currently irrelevant.
So yeah, all the turn lanes and improvements and roads that were studied were for more than 2,000 trips per day, not the 852. So we're well less than half of
Even
that.
though it's less, what we're dealing with is what it would be if this were built, not what it would have been if it had been built. That's not even current reality. We've got to make a decision based on this reality. And even 2015 Southport and 2026 Southport are vastly different. I think if somebody left Southport in 2015 and came back today, probably wouldn't even be able to find their way into Southport through this vastly changed landscape and developments up through there. So the traffic impact is vitally important, at least to me, in my decision making on this.
I think I might need a history lesson here. So in 2008, I understand the TIA was done with 324 units. In what year was the HUD changed from the 324 units to the current 60? Is it 60 units now that you're approved for? Is that correct? No. They're approved right now for 60 instead of the 324. When did that change happen?
Let me go back to, I think there's a slide that shows that. Just that has the timeline. Oh, that one. Oh. Did I go too far? There, right there. Okay. So this is the timeline that Maureen had put up earlier. So I think this may be what you're talking about, is the timeline and schedule of
Right, and
the
it
things that
says
occur.
modification, but it doesn't say what the modification is. So is 2019 when you went from the 324 units to the 60 units that you're approved for right now?
Were you ever approved for the 300 and whatever it is, 24, 25 unit? Did you actually get an approval from the Board of Aldermen for the over 300 units?
That was amended in 2014 to 46 dwelling units and 265,000 square feet of non-residential square footage. Then the 60 units came, and it was amended in 2019, when they had to do some changes of the commercial parcels, and then they increased the residential then to the 60.
Okay, so
Did the
it was at
commercial-
the low.
Did the commercial square footage change at that
No,
time?
it was just a redistribution of the lines themselves.
And I'm sorry, Mo, tell me again how many units before that change?
46.
So they were approved for 46 units. And then during that change, they were then approved for 60 units?
Correct.
And we're currently approved for 60 units,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we're looking at going from 60 units to 130 units, I asked what the TIA would be. So we have proposed with 130 units, 852 daily traffic trips a day. And you said roughly half with what is currently approved for the 60. So we'd be looking at 420 some odd versus 852. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the 60 townhomes versus 130.
Yes.
However, the traffic impacts were considered for the entire area. Okay. So not just the residential, but the commercial, it was looked at from an entire area. So the traffic impacts, the trip impacts have never increased from this since it was originally studied. So we've had to study it since the original in 2008. We've studied this several times, as you've heard, and the trip impacts have never increased from that. In fact, they have decreased and significantly. And so I know we keep talking about 60 versus 130, but when we're looking at the development, the traffic impacts and the trip impacts from this area are lower and much lower than what was studied, and we've had to look at that with several times over the years here, and so the trip impacts are less and way less than what was originally studied and approved, and less than the improvements that were built. So the improvements were built, required, and constructed based on a higher number of trips from this development than what has occurred and is expected to occur.
So, and I'm sorry, you got to help me out here. So were the 324 units ever approved?
From the traffic study standpoint, yes, it was approved. It was approved. So when that was approved, as I said, that was 2,000 cars a day, or more than 2,000 cars a day. That was approved. There were road improvements associated with that were required. Those improvements have been constructed. And so
Perfect.
now it's less.
I
It's way
understand.
less.
So Mo, maybe my question is for you. Did the city ever approve the 324 units for their PUD?
They came with a preliminary master development plan in 2008 that included those extra 2 parcels with more development. So the traffic analysis that was taken and generated at that time was approved by the city. As they were moving forward prior to the preliminary plats, the ownership changed, the development overall changed. So that's when the project changed. So the preliminary plat, so the major development plan was approved, and they came back and said, wait, we're going to remove this portion of it. And then we're going to do the preliminary plats for that.
Okay, so the preliminary plat was never for the 324.
That's correct.
Units.
That was for the lower number.
Okay, so the preliminary plat that we had was for the 45 units? Am I
Yes.
understanding that correctly?
That's
Okay.
correct. And the commercial portion.
And the commercial. So we had 45 units and commercial.
Well, the
Right?
45,
Like, I
that
just
was,
wanna make
well,
sure I
that was part of
fully
the master
understand.
development plan. So
Okay.
the preliminary plat was only
For
for the
45.
non-resident portion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
It seems to me that we're looking at two different things. We're looking at the whole development, and it includes Lowe's Foods and Falcones and the outbuildings and everything else. And then there's this residential development, and the comparisons keep coming up that include all of this. Before us tonight, and I hope that the public will be talking to and asking questions, what's in front of us now is something that is residential units. Used to be 60. You've got that approved. You're now asking for 130. Doesn't matter about factory supply. Doesn't matter about the Lowe's Foods. All of that. That's all said and done. We can't change any of that. There's a big, 3,000 trips a day. Well, of course it's less. And it's even going to be less if you don't increase to 130. We have to look at what are this additional number of units in this particular area going to do to our traffic. So I hope the public will ask questions as well. I assume somebody's here concerned about this.
Yes.
I thought so.
It's a public hearing, so yes, you'll be able to speak, yes. Any more questions for this, for the gentleman here?
Is it gate? Just
Go ahead.
Gated community?
Hi, my name is Allison Ingebretson. I am a landscape architect and land planner with Paramount Engineering, and we drew the plan. No, it is not a gated community. It is fully accessible. One of the things we designed this for was so that the residential part of the development would be able to easily access the commercial.
And you're building townhomes, and then there was a single family home pictures, or maybe they were townhomes on one floor.
Yeah, they're all intended as townhomes, yes.
So these slab on grade?
Yes, they are. And the developer's here if
Yep.
you want more details.
Yep. And it's an interesting place to be developing. I'm not going to say what's going to happen. I could be Nostradamus and say, but the move is getting away from trying to have a slab on grade to a slab above grade because of the flooding. And so it's a interesting place. I grew up here. I've noticed that. That's a blueberry farm, and a lot of water goes there. So putting something on slab on grade seems to be a dangerous move. I think that River Mist has learned some problems with that as well. So
Okay, well, we can consider that and bring it back at preliminary plat level. There is no floodplain on this property for whatever it's worth, by FEMA.
was there a section floodplain that you took? There was a section that you're using as green as open space.
That is a non-jurisdictional wetland determination there. So it is able to be developed, but in that instance, it would likely be, built or altered in some way to make the soil better.
from the way this looks on the map, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding, it looks like the only exits are basically next to the pharmacy and onto 211 right now. And the light where San Felipe is and Tractor Supply, is that correct? So we're funneling all of that traffic to the light at San Felipe and onto 211 at the pharmacy, correct?
Yes, that's how it was studied and approved by NCDOT. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any, this is probably not your area, so whoever can answer this, are any of the units designated as affordable?
So their market rate, correct? No, but it does add a good mix of product type that isn't necessarily something readily available in Southport. We see it as a good missing middle project. And while it doesn't necessarily have the affordable title, it is something that is going to be inherently less than just a single family home.
What is it that is, what is it offering that's missing in Southport? I mean,
Yes, please.
can you describe that?
I think it's going to be more affordable than what you see on Bay Street or in other areas, you know, yeah.
So Tyler Covington with the developer. So we've developed about 700 of the 700 townhomes across the state of North Carolina at this point, and we have about another 700 in our pipeline under development. Our rental communities consistently come in 20 to 30% than the cost of ownership of a similar home in that town, that county, and that's consistent from Asheville, where we're about to start a 109 unit community, all the way to Leland and to here. So I guess it depends on your definition of affordable, but it is certainly more affordable than owning a home in the state of North Carolina.
I see this as an alternative for our older people to still have a place in Southport, but not have to maintain homes. I can't think of the neighborhood behind Southport Way, but it's one of the best places you could put someone that needed a place that wanted to stay in Southport, have a one floor townhome, a garage. If I ever taught my mother into selling Cape Fear Drive, that's where I would send her because I knew she would be at least able to function. What is it? Well, it's Forest Oaks, yes. And so those are townhome communities that allow our older generation to have a place to live. The density is a tricky thing. Density versus lots of open space. And so they're providing open space beyond what we would normally require, even though it's a convenience that they've got a wetland or whatever. But it is a product that will allow that middle grade price range and maybe our retirement community to have places to live. That's the only thing I see here. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be mean to anyone who wants to join Southport right now. We need as many bill payers as we can get. And that's the truth.
Nick Hakim, I'm also with the developer and happy to give a little bit more color on exactly what it is we're building. So we're focused on, it's a growing sector across North Carolina and specifically in Florida, Georgia, and other states in the Southeast where, as you mentioned, aging populations are preferring to rent versus own. They don't have the maintenance associated with owning a home, upkeeping that home, mowing their lawn. That's all taken care of. So we're building these townhome communities that are much, much less dense than a traditional multifamily community, but provide all of those benefits. Communal amenities, you have a garage, unlike an apartment building where you can store your things. You have a fenced in backyard where you can let your dog out or you can have a barbecue grill. And again, you don't have to worry about, is this neighborhood going to fall into disrepair, because, we're managing it. And if we don't uphold the standards, the people are going to move out, right? So they're held to a high standard. They look really good. They're much less dense than a traditional garden multifamily building that's going to be 3 or 4 stories high. And it gives folks that maybe don't have the wherewithal to purchase a home or don't want to own their home the ability to live in Southport. And that's why we think it's a great product for the city.
This is a for sale community, not a rental community, right?
This is a rental community.
Rental community.
Correct.
Anyone that would like to speak from the public? Here's your chance, opportunity. Come right up. You don't have to have a list. Just come up one at a time. It doesn't, Okay. We'll let the people that are here first speak. Yeah, on this.
It came on good. My name is Clark Friese, 758 Skipjack Circle. I do have a question. The wetlands that are shown as open space. You said they're non-jurisdictional. Are they going into conservation to remain open green space?
The wetlands that are there, we're not able to develop.
Today? You said they're non-jurisdictional.
So we are developing the non-jurisdictional.
I'm sorry, can you come up to the mic? People at home can't hear you when you're talking from this.
The wetlands that are shown as the green open space to get your ratios where they are they jurisdictional?
Sir, Mr. Freeze, this is for you to make comments, not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the
So
public
I'll
to make
comment
comments.
to you.
to the
So
board,
my
yes.
concern is they're showing open green space, which is currently a wetlands. And one part I heard is jurisdictional, one part it was non-jurisdictional. If it is non-jurisdictional, that means that they have a lot more opportunity to develop it in the future, and suddenly the ratios won't be nearly as good. And the question you may want to ask of them is, are they going to put it into conservation so that they cannot at some future date come back and get their units up to 300 or 400 or 500 by filling in these wetlands? Or if conditions change and the wetlands no longer show as wetlands, are they going to fill them in? If they're in conservation, they can't do that. And that's a place where you can control any future development beyond what you may or may not authorize tonight. Thank you.
Sir, I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry?
Price.
Okay, thank you. I know.
Yes, ma'am, please.
I would like to respond to this gentleman. So it is true that we have both non-jurisdictional and jurisdictional wetlands. If you see the green areas here on the screen, those are 404 jurisdictional wetlands with a core delineation on them. They are open space, not going to be touched, not in a formal conservation easement, but by way of approving this plan, they will not be developed. The non-jurisdictional wetlands are now eligible for development, and thus the reason that we come before you with additional units.
That's an interesting, so they're talking kind of two sides of the coin, because in 2008, 2015, there was not the so we did not have the requirement that open space could not be wetlands. But at the same time, they're now talking current. So just keep that in mind.
Could I elaborate on that a little bit? That is true. We are approved under the old code in which wetlands were allowed to be open space. However, we have tried hard to design to the current code, though we're held to the older standards. So we actually meet the current code as well, in which we would have 20% open space. And yeah.
Anyone else who would like to speak in during the public hearing? Yes, ma'am.
Shirley Sullivan, 5002 Seaward Court, Southport. Again, from the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan, the city strives for excellence in government, an engaged and connected community, and managed growth that contributes to a safe and tranquil quality of life. This modification is not consistent with the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan. On the first page, you have my notes for tonight. The last 3 pages are my non-public comment, but they're coming into play. I talked earlier about evacuation routes and the problems we all face, and that does change when we add or modify any development. So I'm going to get back down to this modification and any further developments, regardless of whether modification or new application. How is our infrastructure holding up? We are at or over capacity in many areas. The fire department, EMS, rescue, wastewater, clean water, the electric grid, medical providers, schools, excluding Brunswick Elementary, traffic, and many more issues. Take a ride over to Southport Crossings and see how 850 additional vehicle trips might impact this shopping center. Of course, for 60 units already approved, around 420 additional vehicle trips per day are allowed. On top of what? We keep talking about traffic impact analysis, but we're not talking about the traffic that's already there, that's already being generated, and the traffic from approved developments, whether built or not, in the area on our evacuation routes. This includes county developments and municipalities in Southport, Oak Island, Caswell Beach, Bald Head. Well, that doesn't grow really. But in any unincorporated area. 211 and 133 are one of the busiest intersections on 211. The only other one is 211 and 17. This is our area. This is our evacuation route. And to further add more property to it, more development to it, just by modification should undergo a rigorous traffic impact analysis, not one comparing what was approved in 2008. And in 2008, this was a county development, Southport Crossings. That was approved under Brunswick County. We annexed in 2016 or 19, whatever I have. It's on the back page. But this is, whoa, really pushing hard there. This is really important. It needs a valid traffic study for all approved developments in the area. Please take the time to review the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan and see how the goals for future land use, pages 57 through 88, are being applied. This is not a small village shopping center neighborhood. It's not. Have lunch at the Bagel Dog. Look at the intersection where Merino Run is. This is on Merino Run. It's a 3-way stop. That needs to be fixed now. It should be 4-way. I don't see if this is a walkable neighborhood from this development to Southport Crossings. Where are they putting a sidewalk that makes this a walkable neighborhood? I don't see that. Again, I question the growth from 60 to 130, but I thought when I read the application, it said 120. I got to go back and look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Did you want to say something?
No, am I gonna-
Oh.
Hi, Amy Patterson, 102 West
After
Nash.
her, we'll have you respond. Thank you.
I appreciate the comment about there have been a lot of road improvements and the roads added and the overpass and all that intersection. I just want to consider, did that take into account the other major community that has gone on the other side of 133 between that and 87? I think that's one of the challenges is the changes that we've seen over the past 20, it's the, what is the traffic? It's maybe the board needs to consider, let's look at this comprehensively as an area from a traffic standpoint, because I feel like we're doing the eaches and not look, because it's like, hey, here's this one. How did that impact? How did this impact? Where traffic isn't just by unit by unit. So recommend make sure that we look at it holistically, because unfortunately things have changed over time. Thank you. Oh, and just I would be curious to see what the rental price is per unit. That would be great to know.
I would like to respond to the first lady that came up. We do have sidewalks on here, and they are actually, if you look at the blue box, blue outline box here on the screen, you will see that sidewalk connection in there. And it is the neighborhood connection to the Southport Crossing. But beyond that, I think the larger issue about the traffic, I think I'll let Ryan discuss how traffic impacts are generated.
There was some conversation or some comments about planning for the future and taking into account other developments and that kind of thing. And that is taken into account in the traffic studies. We do have to project out for future development and future traffic growth. So that's all of that was taken into account, including the 211 widening and the interchange, or the grade separation. All that was taken into account in the traffic studies. So we do have to project out into the future, or well out into the future, as part of that. So that was taken into account.
Ms. Meehan, how many rental communities do we have in the city of Southport?
I do not have a exact number off the top of my hand, but a handful, yes, we do.
But are there mostly housing, like low-end housing? Is that correct? They're not rental markets like this. You have them out to 11, but I don't
Correct,
know
yes.
of many rental communities
True rental community.
in Southport. And when we talk about housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, this is the alternative for that. And we don't have rental communities. We do have some neighborhoods, Pickerel Way. I know the man who it was named after, but I can't think of the name of the subdivision. Out there at 12th, 13th, 14th Street. So this is rental community rather than slinging houses and someone buys it and doesn't live in it.
Evolve is on 211, and there has not been a true traffic impact analysis for Evolve, Marisol, Pelican Cove, Midway. You have to include these when you do any study on an evacuation route, and it's not being done. Even the ones on 133 Long Beach Road Extension, there's nothing, no traffic impact analysis on these. It's scary.
I'm with you in terms of the shatter zone from the military. I understand the bottleneck that we've got trying to get people out. I'm with you on that. We're going to have to fix those issues somehow. We're starting to creep into that zone, developing along that Long Beach Road extension. And
Incorrectly.
It's getting questionable.
Even without an evacuation route, just routine traffic, 211 widening is already over capacity.
And I will amen, the intersection in front of Tractor Supply will not handle this kind of, there will have to be something different there, because right now Renee scares me to death going in through that intersection. So with people living back there, it would be needed. So we need to move forward. We don't need to turn a blind eye to housing needs for workforce.
This is not about money or workforce. You're changing how we are going to approve this. That we need to think about our own safety first, the residents that are here.
it's a public hearing. Okay, so just, yeah.
Maria Miller, 5004 Seaward Court. We have, Brunswick County is the most developed area. We have Evolve. We have, if you go out to 11, there's another development that they're leasing there on the left. What road is that? I don't remember the name of the road. But if you try to go into 211, go in, and you try to go downtown Southport, you can't get in there. I mean, I live, if you make a left, people are waiting to get downtown Southport. And we're going to have more people come in. You talk about safety sidewalks, you're going to have sidewalks there. But that intersection there is so crowded. We're going to have our increase in accidents since all these people have come. I mean, I know I wasn't born in Southport, but I love Southport. And I don't want to see it go downhill. I'm concerned about safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Ginny Prunty, 5906 Dutchman Creek Road in Southport. I have four major points. One of them had to do with the traffic study, so I'm not going to repeat everything everybody else said, but just for clarification, the original traffic study was prepared in 2008 and it was updated in 2015. The 2004 UDO requires a TIA whenever the project exceeds 800 daily trips, and the project's own submittal is 852 trips per day. That was over the trigger, yet the staff applied an exception back to this based on an 11-year-old study for a different project mix. So again, the argument that we've heard, it just doesn't make sense. It's applying apples to oranges and vice versa. My second point is that the applicant himself called the SOAR freeze, quote, an elephant in the room, close quote. That's a direct quote from the March 19th Planning Board meeting in response to board member Fiss asking whether the county's stop on SOAR connection applications would impact this project. The applicant said no, because they are, quote, 9 months out before we submit for permits, close quote. And again, quote, if it lasts years, then we do have an issue, but we believe it will be hopefully cleaned up by then, close quote. Well, unfortunately, hope is not infrastructure. The state freeze under Senate Bill 673 is real. The West Brunswick Regional System carries Southport's 0.75 million gallons per day of flow, and there's no published timeline for resolution of this. If the developer is truly confident, ask them to accept a condition tonight that no certificate of occupancy be issued until written NCDEQ SOAR allocation is in hand for this specific project. The third point, the water supply is not what was promised to be. Brunswick County's Northwest Water Treatment Plant expansion and the PFAS reverse osmosis system missed its spring 2025 deadline and is now in liquidated damages. Until reverse osmosis is online, every new contract draws from the legacy plan operating at EPA's 4 parts per trillion PFAS limit. A will serve letter is paper, not finished water. And my fourth point, under the comprehensive plan consistency, that's a floor, not a finding of merit. Staff found the proposal technically consistent because medium density allows 3 to 4 units per acre. But the same statute that requires that finding NCGS 160D-605. That also empowers this board to adopt your own statement of whether the approval is reasonable and in the public interest. You may find the proposal technically consistent and still find it unreasonable given the sewer freeze, obsolete traffic data, and wastewater plant delays. I respectively ask you to deny this major modification or at a minimum, table it until a current TIA, an active NCDEQ sewer allocation, and a firm Northwest plant completion date are on the record. Thank you.
It's, Mr. Mayor, we could, just for the purpose of time, would it be okay if I asked if there's anyone that's in favor of the community outside of the developer and his and hers? Anybody at all? Can we?
No, but I mean, if anyone that, you know, it's a public hearing, so we don't want to cut off anybody's ability to speak. I understand what you're saying. Sir.
I just wanted to point out one thing that, talking about the hurricane evacuation route, that is one of the primary reasons the overpass was funded and constructed, and here as well as down at Middleton as well. I mean, that was a primary factor in that being funded and constructed by the department. And I think if you really thought about it, if we had the old traffic signal there and we were trying to evacuate traffic with the old traffic signal there, we would have a much bigger problem than now with the bridge. So I think that was a significant upgrade for being able to evacuate the area. So the other thing I think that came up, maybe Alderman Spencer, was about the intersection by the Tractor Supply, and that was looked at and determined it didn't need to have improvements. And one of the primary reasons is that if we looked at the trip generation, I go back to the trip generation from 130 units, that is about one trip per minute. So it's about one trip per minute. And that's not all of those trips are going in one direction, but one trip per minute's all that's coming from this particular 130 townhomes. So it's not a very heavy traffic generator, and that was the reason why that was not warranted for further improvements. Yes, good point. This has been looked at and evaluated as recently as 2025 when we had those conversations about this. So it's been fairly recent.
Okay, thank you. This was a good discussion, and I think we've heard a variety.
I have some messages too before we get done, okay?
Please. Yes.
Dan Fisk with Paramount Engineering. Just want to, relative to the conversation on the sewer flow allocation and everything, there is a process in place that as this went into engineering and design, we'd have to get a permit through the state with that flow allocation available. So there's already a process in place that prohibits the development from going on without that flow allocation in place.
Thank you. All right. Sure. Yes, please.
Laura Sharkey, 432 Cades Trail. My overall concern with the request for increased density is that we seem to have forgotten we're talking about wetlands. I'm not sure why now it's okay. You can declassify something, but just because you rename an alligator a giraffe doesn't mean it's going to be a giraffe. We reclassify something not as a wetland under 404 doesn't really mean it's not wet. And the original plan for the 60 homes would have carefully placed those homes, I believe, recognizing what was wet and what was not, because all of it was designated as wetlands. And so when that proposal was approved, I think you took into account those conditions, which is best for us, in developing land and putting in roads and, not allowing open space just for, drainage and everything. So I would urge you to stick with the original allocation of housing for the land use, and you will get value from that. Houses do really well in Southport.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, you have several to read.
Thank you. I said I was gonna make Todd since it was police week, but the mayor did suggest that, so I'll do that next time. Good evening, Board of Aldermen. I write to state my objection to the rapid overdevelopment of our beautiful coastal town of Southport. Increasing affordable housing is definite a must, but not when we are already at or over capacities like our sewer water systems, the electric grid, our first responders on congested blocked roads, etc. No one ever mentions Sunny Point and Duke Nuclear Power Plant basically sitting right on top of us. We are sitting ducks if there's a major emergency. I am very concerned about our roads for evacuations. NC 211, routes 133 and 87 are always congested. This proposed modification would negatively impact our community if there was ever an emergency. And being a single retiree, an evacuation thought is just a daunting idea. The last thing we need is for this project to be doubled in size. Reject this development modification, ZMA 2503, outright. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Shelley P. Fashina. I have concerns about our Southport area with the uncontrolled development. So many of our leaders are not hearing the concerns for their constitutions. The controlled development will have dangerous and irreversible consequences. Most concerning are the evacuation routes that will be overloaded with citizens trying to leave the area. There are less and less areas to accept water runoff, thereby increasing flooding to even higher dangerous levels than we have already seen. How will the schools, medical doctors, and their support and first responders take proper care of all these people? This is a very scary and dangerous situation. Additionally, what precautions are there to protect Matsu Sunny Point facility should an attack occur? Evacuation would be at a standstill. The overdevelopment must stop. The concerns of the citizens need to be addressed. Let's start protecting our beautiful area and its residents. Carol McLinko. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Aldermen for the City of Southport, I forward my comments on CMZ 2503 as follows. Due to the state of the infrastructure in Southport, I would hope that you would deny our increase in the size of the above mentioned item. Truth be known, I wish you could deny the entire project and any other new projects that may come before you. The reasons for my concerns. Finished water supply to Southport, Brunswick County is at last account 80% of capacity. Therefore, I think it should be fair to say the wastewater capacity is about the same. Brunswick Electric is winter and summer, asking customers to reduce the current load. The city-owned streets of Southport are in a small state of disrepair. The traffic at certain times of the day is maddening from downtown north to beyond Beach Road in the PM, and the same problems coming into town in the AM. Have you, as the board, consulted with the fire and police as to how much added equipment and manpower will be needed for this expansion? Maybe I should ask, have you consulted with all the city departments as to additional resources they may need for this requested addition? My firm belief is you are elected to serve the current citizens of Southport, not developers, not realtors, not future citizens. Your responsibility is to the citizens and sad state of the infrastructure of the city of Southport.
Your denial of the increase in size of CMZ 2503 would be greatly appreciated. Clarence Hilliard, 2126 Maple Leaf Drive, Southport, North Carolina. And I'm finished.
Thank you. I declare this public hearing closed. And board, you have multiple options.
I'd just like to make one comment. As I recall last month, I was the only one that voted to delay this public hearing out of concerns about water and sewer capacity and not being yet approved and addressed by DEQ. I want to thank both the developers and their staff and the public comment for coming forward with your comments today. That's the way democracies are run, and I appreciate both sides of the equation.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City of Southport Board of Aldermen, after consideration of the Planning Board recommendation, after the public hearing and presentation by the developer, and all relevant portions of the adopted CRC certified land use plan, deny the proposed map amendment to modify the Southport Crossing Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan. While the amendment is consistent with the city's 2050 comprehensive plan adopted on October the 9th, 2025, the map amendment is not reasonable due to the physical conditions and impacts to surrounding areas.
Okay, we have a motion, and is there a second?
I'll second so we can go into discussion.
Okay, we have a second. Alderman Kelly. Any further discussion?
I just want to bring up the wetlands that have been brought up over and over again. I am concerned about an area that has traditionally been categorized as wetlands. I understand that it's no longer categorized as such, but I have seen what rain does here, and it's a big concern. We've seen it in many places throughout Southport where we get a big rainstorm, and particularly buildings that are slab end up with significant flooding inside over and over again, and they weren't in a flood zone. So I have huge concerns for us to be able to say a slab would be appropriate in those areas, even if they are no longer classified as such. The fact that they were recently classified that way really causes concern. So I just wanted to share that for me. And I know as the board, we had talked about looking at doing a amendment to our UDO where we possibly would require some sort of raised, whether it could be a raised slab, but just more than just what is currently. So off grade, thank you. I would like to make sure we bring that back to discussion again. But I just wanted to share my concerns with that so you understand where that's coming from.
Any further discussion, board? Any comments?
So we're 270 some years old, and we've only got 4,000 or 5,000 voters in a community of 160 or 170,000 residents. 4,000 residents, voters in the city of Southport. Over 200 years. In the last 25 years, our neighbors have got a big land grab. Oak Island, which wasn't even a town 25 years ago. Tons of land, potential for development. We kept saying no. Let's preserve, let's preserve, let's preserve. Well, the preserve we've got is very expensive now because there's not a lot of people to pay the bills. So we say no in our local area to try to preserve it, but the traffic keeps coming. And so we're preserving our little area so they can drive through and wear it down versus developing it and taking care of our own business. The business model for paying our bills with 4,000 or 2,000 bill paying residents is getting old. The tax rates are wearing the people down. Without growth, we don't have any solution to compromise these bills that were coming with the fire department and things of that nature. So from my growing up in Southport and hearing people try to preserve Southport their entire lives, it has not really been successful because we're really in a bad way in terms of our budgets and paying our bills while Brunswick County grows and wears us out daily. So it's hard to say no to someone who's not going to require us to maintain roads. They're going to input, it's going to be a corporation paying money. It's not going to be one individual taxpayer. It's going to be a corporate entity paying a big tax bill for a rental community. I know that politicians are money grabbing, whatever. You can say that, but when you have to pay the bills and people say, don't raise my taxes, and that's the only people you can look at are because you're not creating income. We're saying no to everything, no to port, no to this, no to that. While the outside says yes and keeps wearing us down, it's a dilemma. I wish we could find a balance. This is a rental community. This is affordable housing for workers. And we're saying no. Instead of doing 130 and making the prices maybe fair, 60 units is going to be even more because they got to spread the cost out. So we're driving them to be more expensive. So there's got to be a happy median here. I love the town I grew up in, but I'm seeing this idea of protect, 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 ruin, 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 as far as I'm concerned.
I am struggling to see that this is going to be affordable housing. I'm really struggling with that because I'm thinking that they're going to be $2,000, easily. And that is not affordable for the very people you and I are thinking about.
The entry point on buying a house right now, I could not buy a home in Southport. If I had to do it today, I wouldn't be here. If it wasn't that I bought 5 or 6, 7, 8 years ago, I couldn't do it today. And I'm multi-generation. I couldn't be here. I could go out to Midway Road and live where everybody else is gone, run out of town. We got to be careful about trying to preserve something that can really be stunted when you try to restrain it. I've talked about the power cord and the power line in front of my mother's house that went in against the oak tree, and they both kept growing, and the oak tree grew around the power line, not the right way for when the wind comes and shakes in the tree. But it's let's protect. But there's some things we have to be proactive and grow and develop and pay our bills. And in a month, when we start talking about the budget and people don't want us to raise taxes, it's going to be tough because there is no revenue generation from something like this.
Were you going to say something?
It is, Mark, I hear you. It is a struggle because we do want diversity of housing. Our comp plan says we need it. Southport is way heavy in single family development. And this is kind of, and I know it's connected to a commercial entity. So it's that next level of multifamily that then steps down. So it's a really, is the original 60 homes, I don't know if I can ask this question since y'all are still here, was that intended to be rental as well? So if y'all build that, then it's not rental. That's in the form of a question.
We won't be able to afford to build the 60 homes, is the frank answer, without charging a substantial home purchase price. Lowe's grocery stores owns the land, and what they deem the land is worth. What we would have to build if it were down to 60 homes, it would be extremely high price, and frankly, we don't think it would make sense, is the frank answer. The one last thing I will say is we are going to own this for a long, long time. If we need to build these homes up, not have them slab on grade to keep them from flooding, we're absolutely going to do that because we're going to own this community for ... We want to be able to rent it and rent it and rent it. You can't rent a flooded property. So if it requires us to lift it up and out, that is what we're going to do.
Just as a side note, Mark, I don't know if you know this, but there's a couple of these rental communities along 211, and they're struggling to fill those, which is kind of surprising. So some of those developers are actually thinking about selling off some units.
Having made the motion, this is what I want to say. A couple of things. I get really tired of defending Southport when people over and over say, why can't you stop all this overdevelopment? And my standard answer is, it's not us. It's the county that's saying yes to everything. We don't have a whole lot yet to be developed. Well, here we do have something before us. And if we say no tonight, which I hope we will, that's still 60 units, 60 housing units. I'd rather see the wild turkeys there and the deer that we used to see. That's not going to come back. You know, Worms and Coffee, that wonderful stop at Middleton Road, that's not going to come back either. It used to be, you all may not know this, but you used to be able to drive to Route 17 up to 11 and see farmland, farmhouses, and the only place you could get a coffee and gas was a place called Worms and Coffee, and they meant that. You got some bait too. Well, we're never getting that back. So much is lost, but we have an opportunity here to hold the line. And that is why I made the motion, and I hope it will pass.
All right, we have a, we have a motion and a second.
I have one more question for the developer, if you can indulge me. People asked about affordable housing. We have said whether or not it is. We haven't asked you the number. What are you looking at pricing wise for rental per month?
As I'm sure most of you are aware, as you just kindly pointed out, Southport has become unattainable for most people. It's very easy for the folks in this room to sit here and say that Southport is affordable. Affordability is relative. What's affordable to you might not be affordable to everyone else. So when you think through policemen, firemen, school teachers, people that support the community, the person driving the garbage truck, they can't buy a house in Southport. When you take a left at that community down there and you come down here by this water, they can't buy a house down here. They've got to go all the way down to 11. So why shouldn't those people be able to live in Southport just like you folks do when they're supporting the community, a ton? So we will have a range of units available, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. Those will range from the high 1,000s to the low 2,000s, but they're much, much larger than a traditional apartment unit provides. They provide a garage, a fenced-in backyard, and the traditional amenities afforded to people that own their own home, to the folks that maybe can't afford to own their own home, but want the benefits that Southport provides to all of you folks. So that's really why we're doing this and why we're so passionate about the build to rent business. Is it affords those folks who support the community the ability to live the same single family lifestyle that you folks are living in the areas that you want to live in, that they quite frankly deserve the ability to live in as well. So that's our position.
Could I, are we violating our own tradition about voting the same night as a public hearing?
I think
No.
we've done that.
No, you don't. You have the option. The board has the option to do that.
And Mr. Gross, that's part of the reason why I asked if there was anyone in opposition, or excuse me, in favor of, just to clarify that we didn't see anything to that effect.
And the future needs of people, I mean, we represent people that don't always show up.
All right.
I would ask that you remove this. We put it to the next meeting and we've tried to find an adjustment or some kind of a modification for this development. Maybe a middle ground.
They can bring it to us.
If they can bring
Ask a
something back.
question? If we vote this down tonight, do they have to wait 60 days to come back like they used to? Okay.
Everybody in?
The answer was no for those that didn't see that.
Motion, golly, y'all so rude. Look, come on. Motion. We've had a motion and a second. I've been trying to get this vote up for 30 minutes. All right, all in favor? Show your hand.
Of the motion, yes.
All the motion to deny.
Yes.
Did y'all forget the motion? It's 4, 5, 1. Okay, 5-1. Okay, so it was not approved to do the PUD modification. PUD modification was not approved. Okay, thank you. Thank you, board. And thank you for your presentation, and I hope that you will come back if you find something that you think you can modify that this board would agree to. Okay.
I appreciate your passionate, full-throated support for your project, and you did a good job, but we're protecting our.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Everyone has returned, and so I'll call on Southport Fire Department Fire Chief Charles Drew for the annual report for 2025. So thank you, Chief Drew.
Good evening. My name is Charles Drew, and I'm the fire chief for the city of Southport for the last 12 years. I'm honored to say this year I have 35 years of service with the department. I have before you this evening the 2025 annual report for the Southport Fire Department. This report gives you an overview of services offered to our citizens in the Southport Fire District. Ideally, going forward, this report will be issued around February or March. When I first became the fire chief, I presented an annual report to the Board of Aldermen at the annual board retreat each year, along with departmental goals for the new year. It was always a benefit in keeping the public informed, setting the pace for the next budget year, and defining strategic goals for departmental operations. I am currently working on a 10-year strategic plan for the department. Southport Fire Department serves the city of Southport as a municipal fire department. Our department is owned by the city of Southport. The department serves an unincorporated area in Brunswick County also that has been served by Southport Fire Department since 1893. The current fire district has not changed since 1893, with the exception of a contract to serve the town of Caswell Beach beginning in 2018. The entire fire district is about 30-some square miles, with a population of around 17,000 full-time residents. There are about 600 commercial businesses and over 5,000 residential structures in the district. Southport continues to be the commerce, medical, and educational hub for all of our surrounding communities, towns, and municipalities. I wish some of the folks were still here, but a traffic study in front of the Southport Fire headquarters revealed over 35,000 vehicles pass there every day. The reason for this is Oak Island, Bolivia, St. James, Sunset Harbor, Caswell Beach, Ballhead Island, Boiling Spring Lakes all use Southport for their banking, postal services, shopping, dining, medical appointments, and school trips. Southport is no longer a small fishing village of 4,000 people. We have a hospital, a community college, 2 elementary schools, 2 ferry systems, 2 very active marinas, an active shipping channel, 6 preschool/daycares, 2 nursing homes, 15 plus doctors' offices, over 10 financial institutions, a nuclear plant, a chemical plant, a military base, 40 plus restaurants, and more. Southport is the commerce, medical, educational, and employment hub for the entire Southeast Brunswick County. This number justifies what you'll see in the report today of why we have so many medical calls, why we have so many emergency calls, why our staff run so many motor vehicle crashes. We're not serving only 4,000 people. Our current staffing level on a fire engine does not meet the minimum recommended standard by the National Fire Protection Agency, number 1720. Have no fear, I am not requesting any full-time staff, any addition. NFPA 1720 states that a staffed engine company should be a minimum of 4 firefighters. We are still not there. Southport Fire Department is a combination department, career and volunteer organization. We currently have 17 full-time firefighters, 9 full-time EMS personnel, and around 30 volunteers. We serve 2 municipalities and a rural county district. We have just completed an ISO inspection and received a new insurance rate of a Class 2. And I am going to actually pull a text message up that I received this afternoon that is not in this presentation, and it was not solicited, from an insurance agent that works at North Carolina Farm Bureau, Mr. Rob Potter. He said, and I quote, "Hey, bud, I thought you might like to hear this. I have a guy whose home I have insured for $300,000. His homeowner's premium is $2,270 a year. Going from a 9 insurance rating in his area to a 2 dropped his premium to pay only $862. He was one happy camper. Thank you for all you do for the insurance rating. It is really a blessing for him. He has a sick spouse and is a retired person, so that savings was a big deal for him, and he is very grateful for your new ISO rating." That right there shows you what a updated ISO rating can do to our citizens in helping their insurance rating. The fire budget currently is around $3 million and the EMS budget is approximately $1.2 million. I have compared some other fire departments from our area that are similar to our department. Oak Island Fire Department, our neighboring fire agency, is a career-only department with no volunteers. They have 34 full-time staff and they're asking 3 more in this year's budget, and their budget is $6.1 million. Calabash Fire Department serves 2 municipalities like we do. They serve Carolina Shores and Calabash, and they also have a rural county district. They are a career-only department with a few fire volunteers. They have 19 full-time staff members, and their budget is $3.4 million. Tri-Beach Fire Department serves Holden Beach and Varnum Town in a rural county area. They're a combination department. They just completed a $7 million fire department, new build, 18 full-time staff with a $3 million budget. Leland Fire Department serves Leland and Belleville with a very large county area. They're all career, no volunteers. They have 65 full-time employees in the Leland Fire Department with a budget of $10.6 million. St. James Fire Department is an all-volunteer department that serves St. James and Arbor Creek, small commercial district, and a rural county district, and their budget is close to $2 million. In the 2025 annual report that was included in your packet, we're going to go over quickly, and I'm cognizant of the time. There were 3,670 calls for service in Southport, and I'm happy to report tonight that the average response time was under 4 minutes, or excuse me, under 5 minutes. 821 actions to assist our community with risk reduction through the fire marshal's office, and the department logged nearly 16,000 training hours. And I want to say this before we get into the report itself. We do not charge or pay overtime for people that are doing training. That has been stated in several different areas, and that is not factual information. As a matter of fact, training is done while people are on shift, and that's how we logged so many training hours. So the first page, it just is a cover page. When we start working through the annual report, I will go very quickly. The second page is a message from me that just gives you some brief information about the report. The third page covers our mission statement, which tells you what the Southport Fire Department's purpose is. It covers our vision statement, which actually tells you what our future beholds. It covers a value statement, which talks about our principles, and then our core values are also on there. The next page of the document is a history page with background information. One thing at the bottom, it does cover that in 2016 that we had the Southport Rescue Squad under Mayor Robert Howard's administration merged with the fire department. I became the full-time fire chief in 2015, and one of the first tasks that I was tasked with was merging the rescue squad into the fire department. That's how we got EMS in the fire department. The city was planning to do an upfit of the EMS building at the tune of $1 million. And when we merged with them, we saved the taxpayers $1 million by not having to do that upfit of that building. So that's how we got the rescue squad involved into the fire service. Page number 5, I believe it is, or the next page, will give you a brief overview of the stations that we run out of. The next page covers chief administration. We have 2 full-time, myself and Chief Treadway are full-time. Then we have 2 volunteer chiefs, have volunteer assistant chief Coring. Todd is the police chief. He is not the assistant fire chief during the day. He is the assistant fire chief at night and weekends. He does not pull any duty while he is on his police duty jobs. That is all separated. And he is a volunteer assistant chief. And Chief Thomas is also a volunteer battalion chief. Next is a page on administration. It covers our fire clerk. It covers our fire marshal's office, which we have a fire marshal and a deputy fire marshal. And I want to point this out that every full-time staff member is dually trained. They are not just a firefighter, but they are a firefighter and they have a medical certification as well. Also, they carry a hazardous materials certification, rescue technician, pump operator, fire life safety educator, fire inspector. When I started working for the city of Southport in 1993, under Rob Gandy's administration as the city manager, every city employee had dual roles. There was nobody that had a single role. We all had dual roles. I served as a dispatcher. I was animal control officer. I was code enforcement. One time I served as a backup city clerk and I helped Rob present packets for the Board of Aldermen. I helped take minutes. We done whatever we needed to do to make the city flow. I've kind of taken that same principle with the fire service. Nobody at the fire department has a single role position. They're firefighters. We can put them on an ambulance. Our ambulance personnel can be put on a fire truck if we need them to do other things. So firefighters do all of our facility maintenance. We don't get any maintenance from Public Works, Building and Grounds. All of our maintenance is done within our department, painting, repairing things. We do all of that. Cleaning. We don't get any cleaning services from any city department. We do everything within of all of our stations. Wiring for radio installs, putting red lights on a vehicle, in-house training. We have training officers that do our training. We don't pay anybody to come in to do training. Doing building props, putting up shelves, smoke alarm installs, car seats. There's an array of duties that everybody helps to perform. I know that there's been a lot of talk about eliminating different positions or different departments and allowing the county to take this over or that over. You don't get all of that with the county takeover. You're going to get what you ask for. If you ask for a fire inspector or a fire marshal from the county, you're going to get an inspector. You're not going to get a firefighter. You're not going to get an EMT that you can put on an ambulance. That's not what we're going to get. So everybody at the fire department chips in and does everything that they need to do to make the organization flow. The next several sheets that you have just show you some pictures of some of our shifts: A shift, B shift, C shift, and then we go right into some departmental growth that we've had, some new hires, and gives you some names and their positions. You'll see once again, each of those new people that have come in that have been replaced open shifts, they're duly trained. We're making sure that we do that so that we can switch people around from the ambulance to the fire truck. Captain Davies was promoted because we had a captain that retired this past year. Give you another brief overview of our 2025 response data: 3,670 total calls. And then it gives you a small breakdown on this page of some of the different calls that we had: 2,420 medical calls, 124 motor vehicle crashes, 54 hazardous material calls. Average fire response in 2025 was 4 minutes and 47 seconds from the time the call comes in until they're on scene. Average EMS response was 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Very good response times for a department our size. The next page covers, and I'll slow down just a little bit for here, is the fire district response data. And it gives you a complete breakdown of what type of calls that we're responding to. 56% of our calls are medical calls. 56.5% of our calls are medical calls. 29.2% are actual fire calls or fire emergencies. Then we have a breakdown of motor vehicle accidents, extrications, other rescues, hazardous materials, and alarm responses, just to give you an idea of the number of calls. When you go to the next page, this page gives us a breakdown of our EMS calls for the year of 2025. I want you to pay close attention, and I guess Cheyenne can maybe blow that up just a little bit for the graphs. It gives you call volume by month. Of course, the busiest month that we have is July with so many people in town. It gives you a graph of transport destinations of where most of our patients are transported to. In 2025, we transported 1,202 patients, received 254 refusals out of the 2,120 EMS calls. Then it gives you some blocks of some of our response areas, some of the lift assists, EMD code priority is also on there. There are 5 different types of priority levels that we respond to, Alpha being the least critical and Echo being the most critical. So those give you a breakdown of those type of calls. Then on the bottom, there's 3 graphs that I want to bring your attention to. One is critical alerts. Out in 2025, we had 12 cardiac arrest calls. 4 calls in EMS were sepsis protocols. 4 STEMIs or heart attacks. Excuse me, I think that says 6. My eyes are getting bad. 6 actual heart attacks, people that were in a actual heart attack when we got there, 12 strokes, and 46 traumas. The next block gives you some mutual aid that was given, and then I want you to pay close attention to the very last block, the average response times. On our 12 cardiac arrest calls, the average response time of our ambulance getting on scene was 3 minutes and 47 seconds. That is a very important response time, because 4 minutes without oxygen, you're brain dead. So making sure that that ambulance is on scene within 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Strokes, the 12 stroke calls that the ambulance run, their response time was 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Phenomenal response time. Trauma was 6 minutes and 1 second from the time of dispatch to the time of the ambulance getting on scene. These response times are what you want to see in an emergency situation to be able to save somebody's life. We have had very good positive things from 2025. Out of those 12 cardiac arrest calls, we had 8 that regained a heartbeat and made it to the hospital. That is a great number of saves that we had from cardiac arrest calls. So this just highlights a little bit of the service that we're providing to the citizens in Southport. The next page goes over a detail of our training hours by month. We put a lot of emphasis in 2025 on training for the simple fact that we were having a ISO inspection that was coming up. And we were really putting some emphasis on training because we get extra points on that for ISO. The next page is another page that I'm very proud of. It's called our community risk reduction page, which shows some of the activities that our fire marshal's office is involved in beyond inspections. Fire marshal's office also backs up firefighters when they're out sick or on vacation. We can put them on the fire truck. We can put them on an ambulance. They do all of our community risk reduction, plan reviews, inspections, code enforcement. They work close with the building inspections office on engineer reviews on fire protection systems. They do all of our fire and life safety education and our employee safety classes as well. 821 activities on community risk reduction. These give us extra points as well for our ISO inspection. Followed up in the next page goes over our fire marshal's office on collection of inspections. For the year of 2025, $41,275.20 came in on inspections, and there's still about $21,000 that's been uncollected from 2025 that's still out for collection. Since we've been collecting through this third party, we've brought in through the fire marshal's office $110,000 on fees for fire inspections, which I think is a notable amount of money. And then the last page just highlights some of the department's community events that we do on a regular basis, things that we do in the community and how we're related to making sure that we provide awesome customer service. So in closing this evening, the Southport Fire Department represents far more than an emergency response agency. This department is a driving force behind community safety, preparedness, and engagement. The fire department brings in over $2.1 million in revenue each year that is completely restricted for fire service use only. Our EMS department brings in over $500,000 in transport revenue that offsets the cost of our EMS services to our citizens as well. An additional defining strength of our department lies in its community risk reduction efforts. For the first time in my career, a citizen told me, "We don't have enough house fires in Southport. You need to burn more houses down to justify the fire department." My response was, if we're not having fires, we're doing our job correctly. The greatest job that I have as a fire chief is not putting out a fire. It is preventing a fire from happening, preventing a fire from ever starting. If we can educate the public how to be safe, it makes a firefighter's job much easier. That's why we do a kids camp every year. We do Fire Prevention Week. We do a Citizens Academy. We do fire inspections. We educate the public on prevention. It reduces risks of emergencies in our area. From this report, I am planning to launch a new campaign on fall prevention because the majority of our medical calls are from senior citizens falling and having trauma. So we want to reduce the number of falls in our senior population. The fire department staff demonstrates a clear commitment to education, prevention, and community resilience. Equally important is the department's strong presence in the culture and the community of Southport. Through treasured traditions and community involvement, the department fosters a connection of trust and accountability to our citizens. Southport Fire Department is not only prepared to respond to emergencies in the time of crisis or disaster, but is consistently visible, engaged, and proactive in the everyday life of the citizens that we serve. In total, the Southport Fire Department exemplifies the modern fire service, highly trained, prevention-focused, physically responsible, and deeply rooted in every fiber of Southport culturally. Southport Fire Department and Southport EMS are cornerstones of the foundation of Southport. And if it is removed or diminished, this community would crumble and not survive. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I will entertain any questions that you may have.
That was a fantastic presentation, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Just crucial. Cheyenne, is there any way that you can cut out his presentation and then send it out as if you would send out the newsletter? I think every citizen should hear this. And I think it would, and I'm sorry the room isn't full. I really am. But if we could at least do that, I think that would be a big help. I'll be glad to do the introduction too.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no, but it was great. No, it really was. Any questions for the chief? This public health prevention, we don't want people falling. We don't want to have fires. And the fact y'all are cross-trained, I mean, it's just crucial. And the tradition since 1893, we are so grateful. So thank you, Chief, and to your department. So any questions for Chief Drew?
Absolute professional presentation. We've got the best fire chief and the best fire department in Brunswick County. And you're keeping us alive. Absolutely. Now, I know you're dabbling in AI with all these presentations because that is top-notch stuff right there. And I'm proud of you for your presentation to where we can consume the information. You can't understand everything you do in one sitting. We sit during Christmas, you invite us to Christmas and feed us and get us happy, but then you tell us how many lives you've saved. And I'm always beat because what is a life worth? What is my mother's life worth? What is anybody else's mother, father life worth? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You do a great job. You're an asset to your community, and I appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Alderman Spencer, you'll find out even more if you take the Fire Academy class.
I'm scared of the 100-foot ladder myself. I will be in the next class with Brother Drew.
Good.
Some of us are proud graduates. You're having another one, right?
We just closed class out and had some graduates 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. Marvelous, great job. Item 5, Planning Board alternate position, and I will call on Alderman Karen Mosteller.
Thank you, Mayor. We interviewed 2 applicants that wanted to be considered for the alternate seat. 2 applicants that had previously interviewed chose not to be considered, and 1 new applicant declined consideration for the alternate seat, preferring only to move forward with the upcoming full-term seats. Taking into consideration the answers provided by the candidates to questions and relevant planning and zoning experience and knowledge, familiarity with Southport's UDO, Unified Development Ordinance, Southport's certified comprehensive plan, and the roles of the planning board along with prior planning board experience, I would like to make a motion to appoint Sue Hodgen as the alternate member, seat 8, to complete the term in June of 2027.
Thank you. We have a motion by Alderman Mosteller and a second by Robert Carroll. Any further discussion?
I was on that committee and I voted on behalf of Clark Freese. I think his expertise is going to be very valuable to the city of Southport. You can see his oceanography background, his water background, and extensive research in his history as well. So he also had history of environmental services, and he is used to seeing and reading kind of governmental documents, and I felt very strongly that new blood is something that we're trying to encourage here in Southport, and I wanted to see him move forward. So I just wanted to share that.
And also, part of that, Mr. Freeze is a new resident as of October of 2025. And I appreciated his willingness to serve, his desire to serve, he enunciated, and he asked to be considered for other committees, including Forestry, Business Advisory Board, Parks and Recs Board, and Board of Adjustment. One of the reasons also I wanted to point out with Ms. Hodgen is she has an extensive state regulatory background in North Carolina, and has invested in training like Brunswick Leadership Program, completed the Brunswick Leadership Program.
Well, this motion is voting on Ms. Hodgen, and board, if you looked at her resume, look at the fact that she's been a chair, and she's very active in our community. She's lived here a number of years. It's great that she wants to continue to serve. So, any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? All opposed?
Mr. Mayor, if I might indulge,
Yes.
Members of this board, I think, have a lot in common with modern automobile construction. A lot in common with modern automobile construction.
Oh, okay.
They take the ABS and not anti-lock braking. It's more of an anybody but Sue approach. We have seen this. We have seen excuses about the number of applicants that we have or haven't had. I just don't get it. We have over 70% of that board has less than a year and a half experience on it.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Clark Freese to the alternate position on the planning board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, but just to, I don't think we're through with the car metaphor.
Well, it's anybody but Sue. It's ABS. And that's the approach. And it's an unfortunate situation because Miss Sue, you know, the problem I think that some people have is thin skin, and they cannot accept being challenged. And what Miss Sue did and how she led the planning board during her time as chair was honorable. Everything she did with regards to the Indigo project was honorable. She pushed that project as hard as she could to get it to be everything we wanted it as a community to be. And it is done, and they will prevail. But it's unfortunate.
I think that it's unfair to Mr. Freeze to say that, or to imply that the only reason that he would be voted in would be as an anti-vote against someone else.
It had nothing to do with him.
I didn't.
No,
No,
that's
the
not what he
vote that was
said.
on the table was about
anybody
Mrs.
but Sue.
was Miss
maybe
Sue.
we like him better for this position.
I like him too.
I don't mean like him personally.
Yeah, I like him too. And I do not see that the planning board needs the lack of experience that it currently exists today simply because you have time and time again pushed off a vote for political reasons. I would suggest that it's
You think it's
governance by
political reasons, and each
vengeance.
time I gave you very logical and logistical
I had our
reasons for
clerk,
delay.
I had our clerk send me every single committee and the number of applicants for those and the vacancies, and you haven't said anything about any of them because it wasn't Sue.
No. Oranges again, and I think
You
that
pick and
this
choose
is,
when the numbers are enough.
I'm speaking, please. You're reading into something that's not there.
What I'm
Also,
reading into is a lack
this
of
is the
transparency.
issue-
We got Mr. Gross on this end of the table who wasn't even
Would
willing
you
to
control
acknowledge
this meeting,
a
please?
conflict of interest. I had to
I
bring
was
it up
speaking.
this month and last month.
Will you let me speak now?
I apologize, yes.
All right. What was unique in this past, or whatever it is, 8, 9 months, is the way that this was delayed and why. The vacancy occurred in September. We didn't even see a request for applications or any applicants until after the beginning of the year. Several people connected to the planning board said to me that the idea was to try to get in enough people on the board of aldermen to get in somebody that they wanted. I don't care about that. I wanted to be sure that we had an adequate turnout of people who were interested in the planning board. And quite a few people were very surprised that we were filling a vacancy. You know, we're plowing old ground here now, but it is unfair to anybody to read into what they have said or how they voted, your assumptions about their motives. You think you know my motives, and I've told you time and again
And you've suggested
why
the
I
same
am
of me,
voting
Alderman
this way.
Davis. And
I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate that. And I'm going to vote for Mr. Clark because I think he's a great guy and he certainly has qualifications that would lead to this. But it's not, and I will be that person,
What person?
the person to agree that he is qualified.
Okay, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I want to vote for anybody who's not qualified.
Well, you just,
We have all done it. For the record, we've all done it.
I don't want to drag anybody's name through the mud, but I hope that you will tell me after the meeting who I have voted for that was unqualified, okay?
well, we can tell you who you voted against that was qualified.
Can we call them
You know
vote?
Yeah,
what?
we can,
have-
but I
we
just-
have voted no on a number of people
Yeah.
simply because we had a plethora of qualified people.
I'm excited for our continued working together and for the upcoming application process. I believe we have 9 applicants for the planning board for the full position coming up that we're going to be interviewing for as well. So I'm excited that we will have many additional voices potentially on the planning board in the near future.
Okay.
No, and
we
that's
have
what
a
we were used to
motion.
getting.
Have a
you know, and
motion
all of
and a
sudden we-
second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Mr. Freese is the alternate. I believe you pronounce his name Freese, Clark Freese.
Would you say that again? We need to learn it.
Freese,
Freese. Okay.
Clark Freese. Next item, board and committee ordinance update. I call City Manager Noah Soto.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor. I've heard from several different board members about possible updates to the board and committee ordinances and the process associated with them. Alderman Davis has suggested maybe a year-round application pool so folks can apply one time and that application remain live. Alderman Spencer has also had some ideas about his boards. So just looking from some direction from the board on possible updates you'd like to see in our boards and committee ordinances so that then staff can prepare any updates to bring them back for enactment.
Mr. Mayor, has the clerk, she shared with you her thoughts on terms. As an example, is that so? Have you shared with the man?
I had not shared it with the mayor yet. I've shared it with a few individuals.
Okay, have you shared it with the manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you referring
I
to
think that's what he
having the
meant.
seats numbered so that we can keep track of them easier?
I'm tired. Just so you know. Yeah, we probably got another hour and a half behind us, so.
Was your question about the city clerk's, I think, very smart and elegant idea of having the seats have a number so that it's easy to keep track of everything?
Well, as an example, this year in forestry, we have two positions that will come due. We have I'm sorry, I'm just, yeah. Would you
And
communicate that
she's
for me?
dealt with that.
Yes, we have two positions, but per the schedule, it should be we shouldn't have any positions up for reappointment. And we would have 6 positions up the next year, which is a
That's-
lot.
That's right. So we need to change the staggered term is what we're talking about.
Right, we have some seats that, like the ABC board, everybody's coming up at one time. So we need, and somehow people have got appointed outside the correct term. So we need to reterm everybody in specific seats and terms, so everybody doesn't come up at one time and everybody has a clear staggered term schedule.
Yes, and I should have that prepared next month.
I have that next month at the same time that we're voting on applicants for all these boards and committees,
That's a great idea.
to do it at the same time.
Well, at least that way they know what their term's going to be. Right now, it's just like, I mean, yes, I think that when you're appointed, you need to know this is what it's going to look like instead of coming back and doing it after the fact.
Well, kudos to the city clerk, Tori DeViti, for recognizing how far we had gone off the rails when we had to make adjustments for the loss of the ETJ members and alternate members and so on. And we've got it keeps track.
I would like to address, because I'm not in favor of allowing year-round applications to remain active until a vacancy occurs. Year-round applications may appear to be more convenient, but I think they could weaken the fairness, transparency, and the intentionality of the appointment process. When applications are tied to a specific vacancy, the public knows exactly which seat is open, which board or committee is being considered, and when this board will make an appointment. That creates a clear and equal opportunity for all citizens to apply under the same timeline and for the same opening. If applications for all the boards and committees were accepted year-round, staff would have to maintain an applicant list, track old applications, confirm continued interest, update contact information, remove inactive applicants, and determine which applications should move forward each time a vacancy occurs. That creates ongoing staff management responsibilities instead of a clean vacancy-specific process. There's also, to me, an accountability benefit. A defined application period gives staff, the board, and the public a clear record of who applied for a specific vacancy. It avoids confusion over old applications, withdrawn interest, duplicate applications, or questions about whether all potential applicants were given the same notice and opportunity. For these reasons, I think the city is better served by continuing to require applications for specific vacancies while improving the process in other ways, with consistent public notice, clear deadlines, and predictable appointment timelines. I can support consistent notice, public notice, clear deadlines, predictable appointment timelines. Because, for example, when midterm vacancies occur, the city could expand the public notice period to 30 days like we have it for the other, for the regular annual time. Also, it's important to recognize that our boards and committees are not one size fits all. Some have specific membership requirements or serve very different purposes. For example, appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board includes residency ward-based considerations for membership, for a member appointment. The Beautification Committee ordinance requires a minimum of 6 members reside within the city limits, and up to 3 members can reside in the greater Southport area designated by the 28461 zip code. This is all because beautification is a volunteer work group that does not make ordinance-based recommendations like many of our other boards. But practically speaking, the cleaner approach is to keep the process tied to specific vacancies and specific notices and specific timelines, I think, rather than trying to create some kind of year-round pool that staff would be continuously managing.
Obviously, I disagree, but we're not voting on anything tonight, are we? I'm sorry? Oh, just discussion. Okay. I'll save my thoughts and expression of my thoughts until we have something to vote on.
As far as the cemetery committee, I would like to look at restructuring that sort of. We've got some, truly, we'd only have one position open, but there's automatic positions that you get from being on beautification, from being on the Johnny Smith. There's one from Johnny Smith. There are automatic positions from people that already have positions. And I think that we need to come back into having individuals on this board rather than just having automatic appointments. There are people on the board that I absolutely love. Don't live in the city, absolutely love. Been bending the rules to keep them because of the contributions that they made. But at a certain point, we need to bring it in and to realign that cemetery committee where we have more citizens involved rather than just you get a spot, you get a spot, you get a spot. So I would like to try to adjust that as soon as possible before we make these appointments for the next 2 or 3 years. So there needs to be some kind of a readjustment of the membership.
The cemetery committee arose out of an ad hoc committee that I believe Mayor Hayden appointed, and you and I and who else? I don't. Anyway, we're on it, and the reasons for what you're bringing up actually are pretty logical because, for example, the head of the beautification committee, and beautification gets a representative because beautification is part of maintaining the cemeteries.
Not anymore.
I'm sorry?
Not anymore. Beautification isn't even allowed to go in the cemetery anymore to clean up.
What?
Do, but the contract that we have has cut them out of the cleanup process.
What I might suggest, Mark,
Well, where I am is simply that there was a reason for having a representative from beautification, a representative from the John N. Smith Cemetery. What else do we have? Historic Society. Yeah, and they have very specific areas of knowledge, expertise, and interest that would contribute to the cemetery committee and its work.
Johnny Smith has bowed out of the process and said they don't want to be a part of the process. So they don't need to have a seat at the table anymore if they're not a part of the process that we're trying to maintain.
Can just for the purpose of time, can we just get these recommendations, each liaison get the recommendations to the manager or the clerk and come back? I like what you're saying, Mark, so
I just want to warn, we'll get it together.
I agree.
Thank you.
I have a question, and perhaps this is for Troy or the manager, I'm not sure. If we were to do a kind of continuous pool of applicants, Is there a way to manage that easily? Is it like a spreadsheet that you drop names into and say, okay, this is the address, this is
Well, as an
when they
example,
applied? I'm just asking the question.
yeah. And as an example, didn't we just have a situation where we put off a planning board appointment, and then we got 2 applicants who then decided within a matter of weeks that they didn't want to be considered?
Yes.
Within a matter of weeks. What happened?
So,
And it might have been days.
so
I don't think we could address individual people and applicants in our consideration about the actual structure of what we're trying to do.
I agree with you. I think what I'm saying is that, and I'm not talking about those 2 people. I'm just saying that someone makes an application, like, okay, every January 1st, you're going to make application, whether you're really interested or not.
You could do it on February the 7th or whatever. I don't want to argue this. It's late, we're tired, and we don't have a proposal in front of us per se. We have my suggestion. But I will tell you that the idea behind this is to give the public ample opportunity to make applications and to, shockingly, not everybody looks at our website every day.
But wouldn't someone who's truly interested show up? And we talk about
Not
vacancy.
necessarily. There are people in town who don't realize how we do what we do.
I mean,
and they don't realize that there's an application process.
Participate in the meeting is what I'm talking about. Wouldn't people show up to the meetings? If you wanted to be on the planning board, wouldn't you show up to figure out how the planning board works?
Or watch it from home.
Or watch it. But you know what they do discuss during those meetings? Vacancies. We talk about them in forestry and in Parks and Rec, and I know they do the same in planning. So that's how you would become aware of it, is showing a true interest.
Manager, you look like you wanted to say something, and then Alderman Spencer.
So to Alderman Kelly's original question, how would we do this? We would, let's say we open applications in January. We would receive all those applicants. We would say applications are open for all boards. We would receive them as the hard copies or electronically and keep those in the file. We would then keep a spreadsheet of, say, Rebecca applied, I applied, the mayor applied, so forth and so on. And then if somebody dropped out the second week, we would just remove them from that spreadsheet, remove them from the paper file. Then when we got to the April timeframe to essentially re-advertise as we do today, we would follow up back with those people and say, Robert, are you still interested in being considered for this board? And then it would go down that way. So it would be some work than what we're doing, but I don't think it would be overwhelming to prevent us from doing so if you wanted to.
Last question about these boards. Are we taking our alternate position individuals and leaving them in alternate positions and letting someone hop over them?
They apply. My experience is in the past, we've always said the alternate, that's what we did with the planning board with Ed Eckert. The full position opened up and he was the alternate. So he applied and he got moved into that position. So generally because that's the point of having an alternate.
Not to just leave them in alternate lane.
But my thing is there's something about intention and we have, and I'm not going to say we've always done it this way, but we've done it with timelines and that sort of thing. Just this whole, just languishing applications and stuff. There's something about being intentional about a particular position. And that's for me, that's what I don't get going to this sort of, and then when somebody doesn't get their call back or somebody gets overlooked or whatever, and then how do we manage all that? I'm just saying it's fraught with possible problems.
I'll bring back my committee's ideas and you can bring back yours and we'll work on it next time.
All right, we'll get those in and we'll move on to the good discussion board and we'll move on to the next item. Item J, committee reports. Alderman Gross.
The Southport ABC Board continues to operate effectively and efficiently. I really enjoyed that board, by the way, Mayor. Really some good people on it. And we're looking forward to fixing the board's lack of rotation. We've got 4 board members rotating off this year. And so we've got a plan. We're working with Tori to set up interviews. We've got the chairman, the vice chair, myself will be doing the interviews. And when we make our recommendations to the full board, we'll also be recommending staggered terms so we don't have this big turnover in the future. But we've got some talented people on it. We also got some talented new applications, which I've already been looking at. So we're excited about that. Southport continues to excel, even though statewide ABC store sales is down fairly dramatically. Our April sales compared to last April were up about 1.21%. Total sales in April were $554,146. One of our biggest profit margins recently, we got a special call from the state. If we wanted to buy this special bottle of bourbon, was $1,500 to buy 1 bottle of bourbon. So before we accepted, our store manager checked with some of our local restaurants, and not playing any favorites, to see who would be willing to buy it. And I'm not going to name them. You'll have to go find out yourself and buy a shot. But we sold that bottle for $3,000 and made a $1,500 profit. Anyway, that's my report. Thank you.
Alderman Spencer.
No, mate. Board of Adjustments dealing with various issues, cemeteries trying to get a budget together for us for spending. I have to talk about the ABC money. When we were in Raleigh last week, there's a bill coming out to try to privatize ABC. And that is a major source of income for us. So this is money that we might not have in a year or two. And that's scary because that's $500,000 or $600,000. Again, people don't understand that we're being stripped of our ability to generate money and to pay our bills. And the reality is Southport will not be an entity in 20 to 30 years. And people think I'm pitching heat with that. But they don't want to pay double. They don't care about Southport. They've got the name. 24,000 people have got the name. You don't have to live in Southport to be in Southport. All right, we're in jeopardy financially, and people keep taking our income away, our potential away, and we're in trouble.
Thank you, Alderman Kelly.
4th of July committee has a few things going on right now. We have the dog marshal contest, which is available online to vote for the dog marshal for the parade. We have the Patriots Ball that'll be back this year for the 250th, and that is going to be Saturday, June 27th, right here. And the tickets are available for that on the nc4thofjuly.com website. The t-shirts and some of the other gear is already here. You can see those on our Wednesday farmers markets for the city. You can pick up that. You can go ahead and get t-shirts if you want to get that. And I think that everything is moving smoothly. We've got, it's going to be a big celebration for the 250th. So get excited.
Okay. I'm concerned that we haven't made plans for our 4th of July children's games and the t-shirts that are involved in that process. I know we've been out of business with so somebody needs to be looking at that and make sure that we have some provision, because that's like a heritage piece. You collect every year's t-shirts when you're a child almost. I think Renee's going to build a blanket out of Levi's. But they're truly historical articles. I went and competed in the ball bounce or whatever. So we've really got to keep our eye on these things that we need to fulfill for the 4th of July that came from the Parks and Recreation.
I remember the egg drop was my favorite.
Yep.
Apparently liability prevents us from doing that now. But I think we have staff members on the 4th of July Festival board that are following up with that, and I will follow up with them as well.
Thank you. Alderman Davis?
As liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission, I'm sure everybody is very, very interested in how this is going. And how this is going is this. We voted tonight to have a public hearing on the standards, the design standards, the district itself. That is going to be June the 2nd. And right here, this building, 6 o'clock. And the last meeting of the commission was the first Wednesday of this month. They are working hard to take in all public comment, consider every citizen's concern, working on language that clarifies even better what is and is not allowed, all of which we'll hear more about. I hope that the newspaper will amply publicize the public hearing and the design standards so people know in advance. Plus, it's all available on the website, which I wish more people would look at. That's it from me.
Thank you. Alderman Carroll?
Forestry is just wrapped up Arbor Day. That was a great celebration. I think we, in our last meeting, we had kind of a debrief of how that went and what our expectations are moving forward. So I'm pretty excited about what that's going to look like as we move forward. They're also well underway on a tree survey. So they are surveying all of our city trees throughout the city of Southport, all of the right-of-way trees in cemeteries, etc. And so that's a pretty cool process to watch, actually. And then Parks and Rec has started meeting again regularly. So we are meeting, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is meeting again regularly. We meet at the JC building, and currently our manager, Noah Saldo, is our Parks and our staff liaison to Parks and Rec. So I'm grateful for him to participate in that. And I would just, well, you know what we're working on? This right here, hashtag Save Southport Parks and Rec.
Alderman Marsteller?
Thank you, Mayor. First, for the planning board, the next planning board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 21st at 6 p.m. here in the community building. At that meeting, the planning board will consider recommendations regarding the Yacht Basin Parking Overlay District, including a proposal to add 2 contiguous residentially zoned vacant lots to the overlay district to allow for additional parking. The board will also review the planning board annual report, which will then be submitted to the Board of Aldermen for consideration in June. June's going to be a big month here. The planning board is currently working on developing zoning language related to data centers. Given their scale and operational demands, data centers can create significant off-site impacts, including noise, water use, power infrastructure demands, heat, lighting, traffic, and compatibility concerns. For that reason, careful siting and performance standards are needed to protect nearby properties and the public welfare. Finally, the planning board is continuing its work on a text amendment document with the goal of enhancing transparency in zoning matters for both the Board of Aldermen and the public. Now for beautification. Although the May beautification workday was rained out, volunteers have stayed busy on the sunnier days since then, completing several smaller projects throughout the city. Final touches of paint were applied to the boat at the corner of Bay and Caswell Streets, leading into the Yacht Basin area. The roundabout boat on Moore Street, which welcomes visitors entering town from the ferry, also received a fresh coat of paint. Minor repair work has begun on the large Cape Fear River sign at Waterfront Park. Benches have been stained throughout Franklin Square Park and the front of the fire substation on Nash Street. Mulch was applied at Cavernous Park, Indian Trail Meeting Hall, and the JC Building. New plantings and mulch were also added under the sign at the John N. Smith Cemetery. On April 22nd, the Pollinator Garden held its annual plant giveaway at the Low White Pollinator Garden on Leonard Street. The event was well attended and a great success with nearly 200 native plants given away. This annual event also helps satisfy the educational requirement for Southport's continued recognition and participation as a Bee City USA member. The next volunteer beautification workday will be Saturday, June 6th at 9 a.m. Volunteers will meet at the jail annex at the corner of Rhett and Nash Streets across from the old Smithville Burying Ground. The next beautification committee meeting will be Monday, May 18th at 5 o'clock at the Indian Trail Meeting Hall next to Keziah Park on Westmore. The public is always welcome.
Thank you. Excellent reports. Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Had a great opportunity last week with several board members and the city clerk to attend the City Vision League of Municipalities annual conference in Raleigh last week. Many great opportunities to see our friends from other municipalities around the state learn from the great sessions we attended and great expos as well, and also got to see our legislators. So that was a good conference last week in Raleigh. I'm excited to see the weather tower back up again, though I was not here for the first weather tower. Happy to see this new chapter in Southport history. The Hurricane Expo, sponsored by the Southport Fire Department in accompaniment of all of our city departments, will be Monday, June the 1st, right here at the community building in 5:30. So encourage all residents to come out and attend that and learn about hurricane preparedness in the upcoming season. This Saturday, May 16th, beginning at 10 on the Fort Johnston Museum lawn, will be the Veterans Memorial Reef ceremony for fallen heroes for the reefs that they'll launch into the river. So that's a great event to honor our veterans this coming Saturday. The Southport Market, summer markets are starting back up every Wednesday at Waterfront Park with many great vendors to come out and see. And finally, looking forward to see a refreshed water tower that's been repainted and going to be looking fresh once they get completed with that. So happy to see the water tower be refreshed with a new coat of paint.
Can I ask a question about the water tower? Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you would want to ask, will there be flags? Will tenants? And will, if there are, who's going to keep track of what to put up when?
There will be a flag at the top. In fact, we've purchased one for the weather tower for the to match the. If you've seen the poster that Ricky Evans did, we have purchased a flag that will match that 250th flag.
Not the hurricane flag.
Well, we will have hurricane flag also. Okay. Hopefully, we won't need to fly it though.
Mr. Mayor, would you mind if we held mayor and board comments until after our closed session?
Sure.
Okay with that?
That would be fine. I can hold mine after closed sessions if you'd like.
I'd
love to spend some more time with you.
Could we consider the possibility of adjourning and having a special meeting, which we would convene and then go into closed session? It's getting so late, and Alderman Carroll is really tired.
I would not recommend that. Brady's here. Yeah. We need Brady here tonight.
We need to
Brady does not have a free schedule tomorrow, so
okay.
We will keep it as brief as possible if you all will, and we'll try to get out of here shortly.
All right, so I'm going to make some very brief comments. It is great about the water tower prevention, maintenance. That is fantastic. I know Chief Coring is thrilled about it, so we're good at that. And the weather tower has returned, and thank you to everyone making it possible. There will be a dedication ceremony that is being planned and will be scheduled. As the manager mentioned, the League of Municipalities held their City Vision Conference in Raleigh, and it was a great conference. The league is a vital part and role in working with our state legislature, and they're a great resource and partner for the city of Southport and the over 500 municipalities in our state. We had excellent lectures and interesting conversations with the fellow elected officials and city staff, and as well meeting with our legislator. The city is collaborating with the arts. We had Art in Bloom. I don't know if y'all attended it, but it was fantastic at Franklin Square Art Gallery as part of First Friday Gallery Walk, sponsored by the Associated Artists of Southport. Area Garden Clubs chose a painting and created an arrangement to emulate that painting. And Southport Garden Club won honorable mention for their arrangement, and it was designed by Tish Halem. So very proud of that club. City held a mural ribbon cutting behind City Gym. Scenes of our city and surrounding waterfront are displayed on the back wall, so make sure you go by there and see that. The Plein Air event, which is French for an open air, sponsored by Up Your Arts, held in Franklin Square Park. The artists paint outside to capture the colors and atmosphere all over our city. There were paintings of our waterfront, landscape, homes, wildlife, city businesses, and the yacht basin, all while dodging the intermittent rainy weather. Awards were given afterwards. It was a fantastic time. Congratulations to all recent graduates, high school, their signs displayed on the Garrison lawn, and graduates from colleges and universities. Congratulations to the class of 2026. We wish them great success in your future endeavors. Again, Hurricane Expo, June 1st at 5:30 p.m. here in the community building. Looking forward to it, Chief. Sad news for our city and for me personally. Many of you knew William Bill Duke, who lived on Caswell Avenue for many years and was past chairman of the Southport Planning Board, died May 11th at the age of 88. He was a treasured friend to me in Southport, including to me and to Tish, and was a great individual. He cared about our city and was a vital and active member of our community, as was his wife, Ann. Bill Duke will be missed. Our condolences and prayers for his family and his friends. Blessings to everyone on Memorial Day as we remember our military who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country and for our freedom. Next will be staff reports. They're in your packet. Board comments. Alderman Gross. Alderman Spencer.
Thank you for talking about the graduation of our local high school students. I have one of those that are graduating. Levi graduated college before he graduated high school. He graduated BCC last week, and 2 weeks from now, he'll graduate from high school. It's a very backward thing. But with a free 2-year degree going to UNC Chapel Hill, it's not so bad. So very proud of Levi. But out of the mouths of babes come truth. And Levi's money maker has been a speech on how our relationships need to be developed, that we've become very divisive, and that because you don't believe what I believe, we can't be friends, and it's damaged our politics, and we need to get back to interacting with each other. Said it many times, we have more in common than we have disagreements. That sort of plays into our relationships that we've developed when we went to League of Municipalities and we met with Bowling Springs and we shared our problems, our need for money, things of that nature. For them, it's the dam. For us, it's shoreline. But we need to work on it, have some kind of a regional cooperation. So we're interacting with these other leaders in these other towns to not just try to be just Southport and be alone on an island. I'm calling it a micro region where we need to develop the 28461, and so that we help each other. The interaction with the people from Bowling Springs, the leaders from Bowling Springs, was especially interesting. One of the commissioners shared with me an idea that I've been going over about building a foundation, almost like a college, to build a long-term mechanism for paying for infrastructure, asking people to donate to the foundation of Bowling Springs, the foundation of Southport. And that foundation would be money provided through interest to fill in the gaps of our infrastructure needs in the future. Because really we can't keep making our residents pay the taxes. So there's got to be some kind of a way to generate money. In our last budget, we had $500,000 or $600,000 in interest. And that was a benefit because we were holding back our shoreline stabilization money. But that was $500,000 of money that we are able to use. And so maybe we need to look into this kind of model of a foundation for the long-term survival of Southport. So that was an interesting conversation coming back and forth with the different commissioners and BSL especially. I did see, Noah, that you had a round table with all the city managers, and it looked like you were gathering with Bowling Springs and Oak Island. And I think it was a good conversation there. We have to interact with them. We cannot be on our own. Quickly, Parks and Recreation, we've got to come back online. We've got to get things running. The gym's got to come back on. We've got to face 4th of July. Things that the Parks and Recreation, I don't know who it's going to be, but we need to come back online. And maybe we'll be talking about that here in just a second. But it is a priority to get it back in order. Our mentorship of children, families is historical. It started back in the days where James Harper would put people in the back of cars, station wagons, and drive them to a baseball game. And it moved on to people like Foxy Howard, Joe Medlin, people that gave their lives to develop our children and the love for Southport. Recreation, the Parks and Recreation Department is not just a daycare center. It's a place to establish that love and concern from our mentors and our people in the community. So it's very important that this comes back alive and we make it better than ever. So Highland Park, there's an issue with a lady who wants her road repaved. It's not been there but 15 years, and she's already mad that we're not repaving it. There are a lot of roads in Southport that need repaving that've been there a lot longer than 15, 20 years. And it's almost become harassment to harass our city employees so you get your front yard paved. Pretty selfish. After only being here 15, 20 years, the whole neighborhood hasn't been here 15 to 20 years. But yet they want it resurfaced when there's a lot of people that would like their stuff resurfaced. So I would appreciate people not harassing our employees. I'll let it go. I hope you order pizza, Tori.
Alderman Kelly.
Couple things. To Mark's point about Parks and Rec, I've had lots of questions about where we are with that. I hope that we can learn a little bit more about that soon. And to Mr. Medlin, I was Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farms growing up. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is on May 18th, which I believe is Monday, the South Brunswick High School parade of their seniors will be leaving South Brunswick High School at 5:30 and coming into Southport down Howe Street. I know the police department will have some of the intersections blocked during that time. I think roughly 5:45 by the time they get here. And then they will finish right here on the Garrison lawn where all of their photos are right now. So it's a really cool thing to see. And it's really great to have the community come out and be lined along Howe Street for them. If you're around and can do that, that's a wonderful thing. I won't be able to be there. My son's end of year program happens at 6 o'clock at the same time. So I will miss that, unfortunately. But I am excited that I will soon have have a 5th grade graduate. So that's, with all of the end of the year stuff coming up, it's a really fun time right now, but lots and lots going on. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Davis.
Mindful that we are approaching 11 o'clock, mercifully, I have nothing.
Alderman Carroll. Alderman Carroll.
All right. Mark, thank you for your words on Parks and Rec. I appreciate that. And please keep showing up for that. And I know you will. For our staff as well, you have always been a great advocate for staff and harassment, to say the least. I think that our city clerk was overwhelmed with FOIA requests this week or last week. One person submitted over 20 of my, is it over 20 FOIA requests from a single person?
I think it's about 20 now.
I mean, come on. So yeah, that's an issue. I'm sitting here thinking about and Alderman Davis, I apologize.
For what?
I have to apologize to you so often. And so, well, you know what? And I care about you very much. I love you. We're friends. I consider that. And so, but here's what I'm thinking. And this is a really bad thought. And I want to stand far from Karen as I say it.
We are on tape.
I know. I'm not going to unmic myself, but I'm frustrated that we have a process for how we appoint people, and it's an interview process with a committee that is designated to do that. And then we get to the table and we don't take recommendations. And we do, admittedly, that happens from staff. Staff brings us recommendations that we don't accept. It happens from attorneys. We get recommendations from attorneys that we don't accept. Maybe what I'm proposing is that moving forward, this board do the interviews.
They used to do it.
And so, and that's I'm just frustrated, but I'd love for us to be able to sit together and have the conversation. And maybe you don't want to do this, but how many of you all interviewed Mr. Clark? I mean, that's my point. And so, and I don't mean anything by that, but moving forward, maybe there's something to that.
It's our obligation, and we've given it away to the application process being politically correct instead of taking the responsibility of appointing the people we want to do the job. And I know we're trying to make it all fair and happy for everybody, but there's certain people to do certain jobs, and we should, being at this table, you should know who those people are in Southport. And I'm saying me, I'm not pulling at you. I should know the people that I would want to be on the Historic Preservation Committee, things of that nature. And there were some good appointments there, local people that have taken, and we needed to hear but we're making it to where we're just trying to open it up to everybody and make the world a fair place. And that ain't possible.
Well, you and I both know that people interview extremely well, but they don't look good on an application, right? Or they look good great on an application and they fail miserably at an interview. And so you've got to take all of that into consideration. And that's the reason why I believe we've set up these, 2 or 3 member groups that are doing the interviews, but then we're not taking the recommendations. So I say, take that middleman out and let's argue it at the table.
Thank you.
Because that's what ends up happening anyway. I know, but that's what ends up happening anyway. So just do it.
Can I
Alderman
suggest,
Mosteller.
we've said that we're going to get into this next month, that we're going to get recommendations from staff. Can we not try to litigate it now?
No, let's just.
I'm not litigating. I'm sorry, Lo. I was just saying
this
that.
Board comments. He's good. Yeah, Lo. He's giving his comments. Okay. Alderman Alderman Marsteller.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention again as a reminder that North Carolina State Property Tax Relief Program for seniors and qualifying homeowners with disabilities, you have to apply by June 1 of this year in order to be able to take this year's 2026 tax relief to be able to do that. If you or someone you know is 65 years or older, owns and lives in their home as their permanent residence and had a household income of less than 38,800 in 2025, that may qualify for this homestead exclusion program for this tax year. If you qualify, it reduces your county taxes and your city property taxes and the hospital tax by 50%. So we get a lot of pushback from people who don't want us to raise taxes for people who are have challenges. This is the only way that the state will allow us to help individuals with property tax issue, that have challenges. If you qualify, I've said that time is of the essence. The application again is June 1. I would love it if the paper would pick that up and talk about this program. It's a very important program. We do have many people here in Southport that are taking advantage of it, but I'm just hoping that everyone that qualifies can take advantage of it. So if you have any questions, if anybody's watching this, you can email me or our city clerk. We'll get that information to you. This is a valuable program.
Thank you. Good comments, board. And item O, closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session, and then I'll read the comments.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion, second. You gave a second? Second by Alderman Davis. All in favor? All right, closed session. To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is privilege, is hereby acknowledged. General policy matters may not be discussed in a closed session, and nothing herein shall be construed to permit a public body to close a meeting that otherwise would be open merely because an attorney employed or retained by the public body is a participant. To consider the other reason, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. All right, we're going to closed session. With motion to go out of closed session,
So
back into
moved.
open session. We have a motion second. All in favor? Aye. We're out of closed session and they discussed alley personnel issue and I believe HPC and it was a good meeting. We've had a good meeting tonight. It was a long meeting, but it had to be done. Thank you, board. And thank you, city staff, as always. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Okay.